I'm here with a video game called Broken Sword, The Smoking Mirror. So here we go. There.
I glanced over the books, vaguely hoping to find a copy of How to Deal with Poisonous Spiders While Tied to a Chair. No such luck. But I noticed one corner of the bookcase was supported by a loose block of wood. Maybe I'd been a little heavy-handed, but it was a question of survival. Of course, I was still tied to a chair in a burning house with no means of escape. I wasn't touching that spider goo. With one mighty bound, our hero was free. Now, I had to deal with that fire. I had no time to sit around. That dart was sharper than a mosquito's business end, but this didn't deter me from getting it anyway. Inside, I found a bottle of tequila. Normally, I didn't drink strong spirits, but today was far from normal. Ew. Disgusting. Not only did the tequila burn like hell, I just managed to stop myself from swallowing the worm. There was something short, fleshy, and gross on the carpet. It was the worm from the bottle of tequila. In the drawer was a small decorated pot. The rope was shredded and no possible use to me. It was a stylish little canvas number containing a lipstick, a handwritten note, and a pair of nylon panties with a large love heart emblazoned across the front. It occurred to me that Nico's tastes must have really changed while I was away. Well, they could be useful. There was no pressure in the siphon. I guess it was out of gas. I wasn't going to touch the box after that spider had been inside it. The cabinet was. As I released the lock, something blew the doors open. That cylinder was hot. I couldn't pick it up with my bare hands. The panties I'd found in Nico's bag were just what I needed to wrap around the hot cylinder.
I'm all right. I'm just bringing in a point and click game called The Broken Sword right here. This game instead of The Sims, since I've already played The Sims so much on stream already by now. This game does have a little bit of profanity in it from time to time. So you've been warned.
The cylinder gave out a faint hiss as the valve opened.
What?
Now I had one primed up and ready to use extinguisher.
This this game
With a well-aimed squirt of his soda fountain, our unshakable hero saved the day. Now it was time to start looking for Nico.
I'm drinking Kirkland's signature Vita Rain Zero, essentially Costco vitamin water, Costco branded.
I wasn't gonna burn myself on that red-hot doorknob, and it wasn't the time for subtlety. I'd found a piece of newspaper folded in two. It referred to a forthcoming eclipse of the sun. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be visible from Europe. The best place to view the eclipse would be Mexico. The phone was no use to me. Apart from Nico, there was no one in Paris I wanted to call. It was locked.
Hang on.
The door was locked. I didn't fancy my chances of kicking this. The door was locked. There was nothing else in the drawer. There was nothing. The pot contained a key. It was Nico's bag. I'd already ransacked Nico's handbag, and besides which, the color didn't suit me. I unlocked the door. Without a plan, I had nowhere to go. Maybe there was something in the house which would give me a clue where Nico had been taken. The phone was no use to me. It was the newspaper clipping referring to the imminent eclipse. Wrapped inside it was another small piece of paper. It was a bank statement for Ubier's account from an automatic telling machine. The last 5 withdrawals were for large amounts, and all made in Marseille. It was Ubier's bank statement. It was that itsy-bitsy tequila worm. I really must remember to take it out of my pants before I send them to the laundry. I wasn't going anywhere until I had a plan of action. I guess I had no business reading the note, but I figured it might give me a clue to what Nico was involved in. It was from Andre Lobineau, the history student Nico had known at college. The letter was sentimental mush, and revealed that the exotic lingerie, as he called it, was a gift from him. It gave his telephone number. Lobineau figured himself as a rival for Nico's affections, but I couldn't believe that that creep was in the running. It was a pair of red, lace-trimmed panties decorated with a large black satin heart. Much as I disliked him, Lobineau might be my only hope of finding Nico. Hi, Andre?
Who is this?
It's George Stobart, Nico's boyfriend.
Don't you mean ex-boyfriend?
Look,
Yes,
I didn't call you just to pick a
it's
fight.
confirmed
I
a little
need to
bit
talk
that
to you about Nico.
Can't you accept she's just not interested in you?
Listen, Andre, we need to talk. Nico's life depends on it.
Okay. You remember the cafe at Montfaucon?
Sure. Andre? You'd better show, you creep. I felt an irrational urge to wipe my ear. I wasn't looking forward to meeting Lobineau again, but he was my only link with Nico.
no. Earlier, I was watching a streamer by the name of Hunter Mannix.
There was no sign of Lobineau
a
when I
Twitch
got to the
streamer
cafe.
earlier,
I decided to
a
order
little
a
bit.
coffee and wait for him.
In this game called the Broken Sword 2 Remastered, you've got an inventory. The wrench icon is your options. Your hint icon is at the top right, and the lower right is your notes thing or notes pad.
Pardon me, but don't I know you?
Huh?
You were here the day I found the catacombs.
I was? Ah, yes. I remember you.
Yeah. Are you still in the police force?
No, not anymore. I'm a man of leisure. And what brings you back to Paris?
I'm waiting for an acquaintance.
Bon. And you have found another. Will you share a bottle of wine with me?
Hey, listen, I'd love to, but I need to keep a clear head.
So my company isn't good enough for you.
Have you ever heard of a Professor Oubier?
No, monsieur. I don't recall the name.
Well, apparently he's an expert on Mayan art and history.
A little out of my field of experience, monsieur. If he'd been a serial killer or a sodomite, I might have been able to help.
Oh, garçon?
This game has a hint
He
system
ignored
built
me.
into it.
I'm sure it was deliberate. It was too hot to sit inside the cafe. Besides, I might miss Labino. I couldn't Hey, you.
Quoi?
I'd like a cup of coffee if you don't mind.
When I finish serving this gentleman. Un café.
Thanks. Have you heard of Professor Oubier?
Oui. He married that actress, the little dachshund. They used to come here. The nutty professor and the movie star.
Do you know a guy called André Labino?
Oui. I know him. What of it?
Well, I'm supposed to meet him here. Did I miss him?
No. I have not seen him today.
Do you know that man over there?
I should think so. He's a regular customer.
Look at this. A poison dart.
Ah oui. Sure.
It's the real thing. Knocked my girlfriend out cold in a matter of seconds.
Romantic. Sounds like a real close relationship you have going.
If Oubier's wife was a movie star, how come I never heard of her?
She was big in France. The world doesn't stop at Hollywood. Her stage name was Carol Climax.
Yep, not
She
at all.
died in suspicious circumstances.
Oh, I figured not at all here. This is called Vita Rain Zero. This is a Kirkland signature Costco vitamin water. It tastes a lot like vitamin water, not that strong. But I already drank the vitamin water. Huh, there goes Not a Doll. Hello there, Not a Doll.
What does that guy keep pouring out of his flask?
Absinthe.
Absinthe?
So
I thought that
yes,
was
I
highly
beat y'all to
dangerous and outlawed in
the,
France.
the
It is.
hydrate redeem. I beat y'all
Don't
to
look
it.
at me, I didn't sell it to him.
That's fine.
How did Oubier's wife die?
I heard he shot her.
I've already
And
played
got
The
away with it?
Sims on my
He had a
last
good
stream,
lawyer
so
and
I'm
a
actually gonna
watertight
play
alibi.
The Broken Sword 2 remastered,
Why would an eminent public figure like
alternatively
Oubier
known as
risk
the Smoking
everything for
Mirror,
murder?
He wouldn't be the first, would he? Besides, people like him
according to
always get off.
GOG.
That's all.
Thank you.
Well, this is a surprise, Georgie.
According to the game's cover art, it is Broken Sword 2 The Smoking Mirror
I wouldn't
remastered.
normally call you
It also has the original
But Nico's in trouble,
version
Andre.
included.
Deep trouble. You have to help me find her.
What? What have you dragged her into this time?
It was you that recommended Professor Ubier as an expert on Mayan art. Now his butler is kidnapped.
There is an
and he
original
tried to
game
kill
as
me.
well.
Every time she gets involved
The
with you, there is
GOG
trouble.
version features
Walking out on her
goodies,
is the best thing
including
you
the
could do.
manual, game
My
guide,
father was
artwork,
dying,
comic
damn it.
book,
I had no choice.
original game
Well,
as
she
well.
soon recovered
So.
once she went back to her old friends.
Drop it, Andre. Right now, Nico's in danger, and we have to work together.
So, how can I help?
Nico needed to speak to Ubier about a stone.
Oh, you mean this stone?
So that's what all the trouble's about.
Precisely. Nicole told me to guard it with my life.
Well, it's worth more than that, surely.
Oh, very funny.
What's funny is that
This
your
also
life
includes
really
a
is on
digital
the line.
walkthrough.
What are you talking
Oh.
about?
The stone is a Mayan artifact,
The
dummy.
GOG
and the guy who
version's got a
kidnapped Nico was
walkthrough
from
in it.
Central America. It was the stone they were after.
Oh my god, you mean I could be in danger too?
Oh. I have at least one or two Broken Sword games in my library. Let me tell you which ones I've got. I've got Broken Sword. I've got that one. I should have another Broken Sword in here. No, I don't. I have just that one. I've got Return to Mysterious Island, Real Mist, Papers, Please, The Next Big Thing, Mist, Masterpiece Edition, Maniac Mansion, Monkey Island Special Edition on, well, mainly on, or Monkey Island on Xbox, but I've got Maniac Mansion. I have No Mouth and I Must Scream, two Indiana Jones games, The Longest Journey. I've got quite a few point and click games in my GOG library and on Steam. I've got Beneath the Steel Sky, a retro point and click. I've got Robin Hood, The Legend of Sherwood as a point and click, including Toonstruck, as well as a game called Yesterday Origins that are pointing and clicking at things. Steam has some point and click games. I have one called Harvester, a very scary, controversial, violent one.
Why didn't Nico take the stone to Ubier?
I don't know. Perhaps she suspected something like this would happen.
If she's been hurt, Andre, I'll break every bone in your body.
No, that's typical of you. Do you think I don't care what happens to Nicole?
It occurred to me that slugs don't have bones
Note
to
that
break.
if I have
I
water,
kept that thought to
beer,
myself.
seltzer water, tea, or broth that I can drink from a carton, I will automatically beat y'all to the reward redemption. I'll beat y'all to it. Sure.
Does Ubier employ a guy from Central America?
Maybe. I don't know.
Tell me about your friend Ubier.
He's more of a professional acquaintance than a friend.
I see. So you don't really know him at all.
No, I don't.
Take a look at this, Andre.
It's a bank statement?
Yeah. Professor Ubier's account. 5 large cash withdrawals in the space of 3 days. All from an automatic teller in Marseille.
I only
Suspicious, isn't
please
it?
note that I
You're
only
even
hand
more
out
crazy than
VIP
you
to
were
people
before.
who show up regularly, similar to what Pionix does himself. And just a heads up.
What can you tell me about this pot?
South or Central
Hang on,
American,
let me
I'd
get
say.
this second
I have a
first.
friend who'd be able to tell you more.
Where can I find this guy?
He owns a gallery on the left bank. The Gliese Gallery.
I got me some more vitamin water or more Vita Rain Zero, Kirkland signature. Yeah. So I'm drinking it now. There is Costco in Atlanta, but a county nearby me, Costco has came to a county nearby me that's not very far from the county I'm in. So yep, so this is Kirkland signature, Vita Rain. I've never been in a Costco, but I've heard of them. I heard of the store, but never been in it. I've been in the Sam's Club in my life once before. I've just learned that I've just now have determined that I can tell it's from Costco anyway, the Kirkland signature brand. That this is directly from Costco itself, from Costco wholesale, just from the store itself. So
What do you suppose the carving on the stone means?
I don't know. I haven't shown it to anyone.
Why don't you just give it to me?
I don't want your death on my conscience, George.
What do you think this is, Andre?
I don't know.
I'll give you a clue. It's got more backbone than you.
You think you're amusing, don't you?
He doesn't like Andre. He doesn't really stand his presence.
Where did Nico get the stone?
I'm not sure I should tell you.
Oh, you should.
It was something to do with smuggling.
See you later.
Goodbye, Georgie.
George doesn't really like Andre. He can't stand him.
I've had enough of your games, Kala. Tell me what you've done with my stone.
I thought your business was simply smuggling cocaine, Karzak. Why are you so interested in that stone?
Either you tell me what I want to know, or Pablo here will make you talk.
Okay. Well, I figured someone at the university would be able to help. So I had a word with one of my girlfriends, and she told me her boyfriend was a lecturer. I sent the stone to the Department of Ethnology. You know, I figured it was South American, so... You're not buying this, are you?
That's enough. I don't have time to
I
listen to your
did order an
mindless prattle.
Xbox 360, or not an Xbox 360. I ordered an Xbox
I'll leave you to
One
think it over.
power supply for the
Come the morning,
Xbox One right
you'll be ready
behind
to
me in my room that will arrive next week so I can test it out. Hopefully it turns on and runs just fine. Huh. Ask Andre about the small decorated pot, and he tells you that a friend of his with the Glees Gallery may be able to help. This triggers the Glees Gallery as a location you can go to. Talk to the gendarme about leaving the police force. After you ask if he misses being a gendarme, he buries his hand in his hands. While he's not looking, you can take the flask.
What's that you're drinking?
It's wine.
Well, the waiter said it's absinthe.
That fool wouldn't know Pernod from Catapis.
Why did you leave the police?
I was forced to retire. The golden handshake. Only in my case, it was more copper than gold.
How come?
I was made a scapegoat to cover up the department's inefficiencies.
Ever heard of Carol Climax, the movie star?
Yes, but I don't care for the kind of movie she's made. It's smut like that which has caused the moral decline of the Western world.
The last point-and-click game I played, not a doll, was Runaway Road Adventure.
I'm trying to find my girlfriend. She's been kidnapped.
That's the last one I
Yeah.
played through,
It was
along
our
with
first day
Runaway
back
3
together after
and
many
Yesterday.
months.
That's
The
too
video
bad.
game.
My God, that's depressing.
I grabbed the flask and was struck by a powerful smell of absinthe, a highly potent and illegal alcoholic drink.
Those are point-and-click games that are still being sold on Steam. They're just point-and-click.
Excuse me.
What?
He wouldn't have wanted that.
Mhm. In this one, you just hold down the left mouse button to drag and drop an item. Watch carefully as he takes a step. If you drag and drop it over an item, it'll turn yellow when it's over something.
Excuse me.
What?
He wouldn't have wanted.
Glees, the gallery owner, won't let you into the rear of the gallery. Talking to Glees, you learn... Okay, so I gotta go to the Glees gallery.
Now I could either go back to Ubier's house.
Ubier's house is here. Glee's gallery here. So I click there to continue.
The Glee's gallery had style and class, but very few customers.
The only point-and-click game I've tried on PlayStation 1 was the X-Files video game. That one was a point-and-click adventure game on PS1. There is the X-Files video game that I have beaten before with a walkthrough, but there are very embarrassing ways to get a game over in the video game. If you do things you shouldn't.
Are you Mr. Glees, the owner?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
You're English?
These days one prefers to think of oneself as European.
Sure. Whatever you say.
And how precisely may one assist you, sir?
Yes, I would.
What I really wanted to ask you about was a black stone.
A black stone?
Yeah, it's a Mayan artifact, about as big as my hand.
No, sir, one doesn't get much call for black stones. If it's Mayan artifacts you're interested in,
What do you
I
mean
have some rather
backfire?
exquisite pots.
Yeah, I noticed. I've already got one of those.
I got you on that one. My Mix It Up bot is currently not available at the moment. Kinda isn't.
Have you heard of Professor Ubier?
Of course. His name is synonymous with Mayan art. A number of these artifacts were supplied by Ubier himself.
I named the bot Strolling Stew Bot, or Strolling Stew as the bot, so it's
I
not
suppose
going
you
to
have an
work
import
until like my
license
other
for these
computer
relics.
started
Of
up
course.
with Windows.
But that's not
correctly.
my problem, sir. The professor arranges all the shipping. We simply collect the items from the docks.
Do you get many Central American Indians in here?
No, sir. This is Paris. Central America is several thousand kilometers southwest of here. Straight across the Atlantic Ocean and turn left. You can't miss it.
Well, as it happens, I saw some Central American Indians this very morning.
Tourists, sir. Paris is full of them at this time of year.
Could you tell me which docks Professor Ubier uses to import the artifacts?
Good God, no. I can't possibly reveal my commercial secrets.
Do you believe the story that Ubier murdered his wife?
If it was true, who can blame him? She was an opportunist tramp. Well, that's what I heard.
Who's that guy over there?
That's Mr. Lane, sir, the critic. I'm hoping he'll give the gallery a favorable write-up. One has to be so patient with these critics. Lure them in with the correct bait, watch for a bite, then play them like a fish.
Well, he's certainly drinking like one. I found this news story referring to a total eclipse of the sun.
Really, sir? Well, fascinating.
I'd like your opinion on this pot.
I gotta talk to
Interesting.
Mr. Glees,
Would, sir,
the
be
gallery
interested in
owner.
selling
This
the
is
art?
Glees. And then
That depends. How
Lane
much would
is
you
the
give me
guy
for it?
that drinks
300?
the wine and
Possible
complains about
325.
it. Yeah.
I'll think about it. Have you seen any of Ubier's wife's films?
Only one.
I'm going to
Believe me, I
exhaust
was
all
appalled,
topics to
shocked,
Glees
disgusted,
and then
and
go talk to
repulsed.
Lane next.
Well, you sure got your money's worth. Last time I went to the movies, I wasn't even titillated.
Now talk to Lane. I did cut myself when trying to
You're
open
Lane,
up the
the critic,
Xbox
aren't
One
you?
by
Correct.
accident.
Can't you see I'm
The
busy?
sharp metal
Busy?
of the
Doing
Xbox
what?
One,
appreciating
and I
the
gave
art
myself a bit
or
of a
depreciating it. I have
almost a
reputation to
blister or a
uphold.
hand
I could
burn
tell
from the
this guy was going to be
screwdriver.
hard work.
That I was trying to use a screwdriver to open up the Xbox One's torque screws underneath the plastic case, so my hands got a little bit of a broken skin burn from the screwdriver handle.
What's that you're drinking?
I'm not sure. but I have a suspicion it might be urine. Glees can't
Ew.
expect a favorable criticism of his gallery when he serves this muck.
Would you give me your opinion on this pot, sir?
Yes. Very rapouche.
Rapouche?
Hideous.
Oh, the pot
What the hell do you think
smashed.
you're doing?
I'll read the Glees gallery portion. It says, from Glees, the gallery owner won't let you in the rear of the gallery. From talking to Glees, you learn that many of the artifacts were supplied by Professor Ubier. Talk to Lane, he complains about the wine. Maybe a bit of the gendarme's absinthe would improve the taste. If you watch carefully, you'll notice that every now and then Lane holds up the wine glass. Pour some absinthe from the flask into his wine glass. If you give him a second helping, he keels over. Police will rush over to assess the damage. Don't worry about Lane smashing the pot, as you don't need it to complete the game.
You smashed my pot!
Certainly, it was not only worthless, it was ugly and offensive.
To you, maybe.
Believe me, I was doing you a favor.
That pot you smashed belonged to Professor Ubier.
Did it really? I thought the man had more taste.
I wasn't going to waste any more breath talking to that pompous blimp. Maybe I could turn the situation to my advantage, and at the same time, get my revenge.
Hint. The flask.
The way that guy was gripping the glass, I'd need a wrench to get away from him. I didn't think he'd be interested. I splashed a little absinthe into the glass and hoped he wouldn't notice the change of color.
Did you put something in my drink?
Yeah, I did. Well, what do you think?
Well, it's certainly an improvement over Glees's wine. In fact, I could grow to like it.
Now I gotta give him a second helping of it.
Allow me.
He keels over after that. Whoa! He falls over. I've got the music disabled deliberately just because it may cause a mute on Twitch, so I've got the music turned off. I never heard of the Broken Sword video games. I never heard of them till later on. Until my own discovery. While Glees is preoccupied with Lane, you can get to the packing case at the rear of the gallery.
There was nothing in the case but styrofoam packing, but pasted on the side was the remains of a label. It was the letter to Nico from that creep Labano. Sickening. It was the newspaper clipping referring to the imminent eclipse.
Notice if you try to drag an object on something, he will shrug his shoulders at you.
It was the newspaper clipping. It was Ubier's bank statement. It was the letter to Nico. Sickening. Underneath the logo of a flying bird were the words Condor Transglobal Mars. The rest of the label was missing. It was beginning to make sense. Ubier had organized Nico's abduction. Ubier withdrew money from Marseille. Ubier was connected with Transglobal, who shipped their goods from a warehouse in Marseille. That's how the torn Transglobal label had once read. Marseille, not Mars. It wasn't much of a lead, but it was all I had. I set off immediately to catch the evening train.
Whoops. I forgot I have my shirt on backwards. Hold on, let me step off camera. Stepping off camera to fix that.
It was almost dawn when I arrived in Marseille. I traced Condor Transglobal to a desolate dockside.
Please note at Glees Gallery, to trigger the location of Marseille's, to trigger it, it says if you found the bank statement and discuss Professor Ubier's and artifacts at Glees, you'll go to Marseille's automatically. If not, talk to Glees again to trigger going to Marseille's. I hope I pronounced it correctly. The dockside. The dog won't allow you to climb over the fence. If you try climbing over, you'll see the watchman pacify the dog by feeding him a biscuit. Look through the window of the hut and you'll see the watchman unbolting the trapdoor and throwing out an empty beer bottle. Also, take note of the coal stove and box of the dog biscuits inside the hut.
What's the big idea?
I don't know. The dog went berserk for no apparent reason.
He's trained to do that. The idea is to deter any would-be intruder.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just remember, he's a trained attack dog. A killer.
Okay, now that I've done that, the next step, look through the window of the hut.
Hi, good morning.
Do you know what time it is?
No, I don't wear a watch. As my dad used to say, I'm not into time, man.
Well, you're too early.
I do need to get the rest of the Broken Sword game series all together. I need to build a collection of these. Go downstairs to get to the pier below the hut.
What time is it anyhow?
The big hand's on the floor. Why aren't you in bed?
I can explain everything.
Never mind, I ain't that interested.
Does that dog belong to you?
Nah, he comes with the job. I just feed him every now and then.
More then than now, I'd say. Ever heard of Condor Transglobal?
Sure, they have a warehouse here.
Well, could I take a look?
Not until after the holidays. Come back in a month.
I'm looking for a young woman.
At the docks? What kind of woman do you have in mind?
You don't understand. It's my girlfriend I'm trying to find.
Well, I ain't seen her. And you should tell her the docks ain't no place for a young lady. They're dirty and they're dangerous.
I have these very exotic panties.
Take them away, you pervert!
What's cooking?
Beans. You know a man can live on nothing but beans.
Not this one. Have you ever heard of Professor Ubier?
Me? None of my friends are professors or anything like that.
Please note that this video game, the remastered version, requires a program called OpenAL, or OpenAL, I call it. It stands for Open Audio Library, or OpenAL. Let me read to you what OpenAL really does. I'll read what OpenAL does in order to run this game, the remastered version. I'll read it. OpenAL or Open Audio Library, or OpenAL for sure. I call it OpenAL because it's Open Audio Library, what it stands for. It is a cross-platform audio application programming interface API. It is designed for efficient rendering of multi-channel three-dimensional positional audio or 3D audio. Its API style conventions deliberately resemble those of OpenGL or Open Graphics Library. Or OpenGL is a Open Graphics Library thing that renders 3D graphics. OpenAL is an environmental 3D audio library which can add realism to a game by simulating attenuation, degradation of sound over distance, the Doppler effect, change in frequency as a result of motion, and material densities. That's essentially what OpenAL does. OpenAL was written by Loki Software Incorporated, and it was a American video game developer based in Tustin, California, that ported several games to Windows to Linux. It took its name from the Norse deity Loki. Although it's successful in its goal of bringing games to the Linux platform, the company folded in January 2002 after filing for bankruptcy. So the game developer Loki Software Inc. would port Windows games to Linux, but it folded in January 31st, 2002. It launched November 9th, 1998, and it went under January 31st, 2002, just completely folded after that. However, the OpenAL was implemented on NVIDIA Enforce sound cards and motherboards and stuff like that. It's called OpenAL. It's just a programming thing that allows 3D audio in games. There are several games that support OpenAL. System Shock 2, Quake 4, Psychonauts. There's quite a few PC games that utilize the 3D audio in them, that use OpenAL 3D audio, that bring the audio in 3 dimensions all around in game. There are supported devices for OpenAL such as GameCube, PS2, Xbox, PS3, 360, Wii, and PlayStation Portable, stuff like that. Called OpenAL. It just brings you 3D audio. That's all it does. That's what this game has, OpenAL. So if this game won't function correctly, you need OpenAL installed to fix it.
Don't you ever get tired of eating beans?
Sure I do. What do you take me for?
And what's the alternative?
Peas. I can't eat them too often, though. They play hell with my digestion.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, pal, what is it?
A poison dart used for hunting.
What would you hunt with that? Mice?
No, monkeys and stuff. The tip is dipped in poison.
Normally, Punisher Night would be
What's it got
live
against
on
monkeys?
a Friday night,
I love
but
monkeys.
he goes
I
live on
was just
Tuesdays
using them as an example.
instead.
Well, don't.
Originally, Payonix would be live on a Friday, but he goes live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday now. He used to go live Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. With Payonix moving Friday to Tuesday now, so he goes live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I have to make a delivery to Condor Transglobal.
Where's your rig?
About half a mile down the road.
And you walked here? Jeez, are you some kind of nut?
Nah, it was easy. I just put one foot in front of the other. I'm certain my girlfriend was brought here when she was abducted.
What? Your girl was kidnapped?
Yeah. Struck down by an Indian with a poisoned dart.
Like the one you showed me?
The very same. I could tell he didn't believe me. Take a look at this letter.
That's sick. Did you write it?
Oh, no. No, it's a letter from my girlfriend's admirer.
If I was you, I'd smack him in the mouth.
Well, that's not my style, but thanks for the advice.
Okay, I've talked all about all available topics.
I
so
gotta go now,
back.
but I'll be back.
Can't wait.
Okay, so now it says go downstairs to the pier below the hut. I gotta take the hook out of the water and use it to get the bottle that the watchman threw out.
The stick had a hook on one end. I figured it was a boat hook for hooking boats.
It says note that the platform between the road inside the docks and the hut can be lowered and raised by
I just
using
knew
the
that boat
hook.
hook would be useful for something. As for the bottle, even if I couldn't find a use for it, I'd cleaned up the dock a little.
You can get into the hut through the trapdoor, but you must find a way to get the watchman to leave. Did you notice the smoke from the watchman's coal stove coming out of the chimney on the hut? The chimney's too hot for you to remove the metal cone. Examine the bottle in your inventory and you note that it's half full of water. Pour the water from the bottle on the chimney and then remove the metal cone. Note that you must have tried taking the metal cone while the chimney was hot before you'll be able to pour water on it. Okay.
Ouch! That's hot.
Okay.
It was the beer bottle that slob of a watchman had dumped in the sea, now half full of filthy dock water. The label read, Surge, the beer that clears your head. The bottle was half filled with water. Maybe it would cool the cone down enough to touch it. Now I could see into the pipe which formed the chimney.
Okay, I've done that. Note you must have tried taking the metal cone while the chimney was hot before you'd be able to pour water on it. Block the chimney by putting the bottle in it. The hut fills with smoke and the watchman has to get out.
The bottle had blocked the chimney, and
So we
the
gotta
hut
smoke
was
out
filling up with
the
smoke.
watchman from the hut. Smoking's bad for you. Smoking's bad, but we gotta smoke the watchman out. Enter the hut through the trapdoor below. Okay, take the box of dog biscuits and a piece of coal.
The packet was full of dog biscuits. Someone had once told me a piece of coal brought you luck. Who was I to argue with irrational superstition?
Okay, now we've done that. Okay, note that you will need the piece of coal other than for one of the Easter eggs. Throw a dog biscuit onto the platform while it's raised.
That mug was a health risk. The box contained...
What the hell do you think you're doing? Get the hell out of here.
Okay, just hold on to that dog.
Okay, I can't leave that way. I can only leave down the trap door. So I gotta throw a dog biscuit onto the
My
platform
arms
while it's
weren't long.
raised.
Here, boy. Have a nice crunchy biscuit.
Okay, now I gotta quickly pull that down.
I felt a slight twinge of conscience as I prepared to give the dog a dunking. It soon passed.
So now I gotta get the dog to take a splash and to walk the plank. The plank! Now he's in water. Poor dog.
As I'd expected, the dog could swim like a... well, like a
Pun
dog.
intended. Now that he's actually in the water, that question mark up there will pulse when you've done something you're supposed to do. And the notepad down below will pulse too, as well to indicate, or do like a breathing pulsar set indicating you've done something. I am following the walkthrough all the way to the end of the game anyway. I'm doing that. These two icons pulse when you advance to the next thing. Climb up the ladder on the left side of the wall of the warehouse. So I gotta go all the way to the far left. This is similar to the video game Runaway Road Adventure, but there's no hint system in Runaway Road Adventure in the first game. You're on your own in the first game without any hints. Unless you Google a walkthrough, unless you start Googling for a walkthrough for it. It says just climb up the ladder on the side wall of the warehouse. It's on the left-hand side of it. Look through the left window next to the ventilation fan. You jam the fan by inserting the hook into it and then return through the door and knock.
That did the trick. The fan
It
clunked
shorted the
and
fan
shorted
out.
out as its blades were mashed by the boat hook.
Hey, you make any more noise, I break your arms.
That bully needed to be taught a lesson.
Garzak's already mad because we didn't get the stone. You give me any trouble, I'll tell him it was all your fault.
Karzak?
Uh-oh.
That must be his boss.
Okay, return to the door and knock. Okay, this is how you do this.
Who is it?
It says here. Okay, I've already done that part. It says here. When the Indian opens the grill, select any dialogue topic except the pizza to annoy him.
My name is Stobart. George Stobart.
What do you want?
I've come for my girl.
No girls here.
Open up, creep. I got the feeling he wasn't too pleased to see me.
Note that if you select the pizza topic, you have to knock on the door and talk to an Indian 3 times before he opens.
The grill opened from the inside.
Game over! Oh, failure. Oops, that wasn't smart. Ah, it was a game over. So I gotta try again. I got George killed. You just saw the first game over. If you die in the game, you'll be returned back to the main menu to continue. So that's how not to get a game over. If George is shot, it's an automatic you lose.
Who is it?
Pizza delivery?
I didn't order pizza.
You just
No?
witnessed it.
This is the Condor Transglobal Shipping Company, isn't it?
I don't like pizza.
Oh, come on. Everyone likes pizza. Maybe he was allergic to mozzarella. The grill opened from the inside.
It says here, while the Indian is opening the door, you need to climb up the ladder onto the roof before he comes out. So I gotta repeat this 3 times.
Hey,
What now?
look. This pizza's been paid for. You might as well take it.
I told you, I don't like pizza.
Not even with extra olives?
I hate them. Olives are the devil's butt nuggets.
So I gotta do this again and quickly get up to the roof before he comes out.
If you know what's good for you, you'll open this door.
What if I don't?
I'll kick your head in.
Okay, I'll come out, you creep.
Now. Okay. Repeat this process twice. Do it the first time, and the second time you need a barrel to knock him into the river. Kerplunk! And George jumps to indicate success after he's knocked into the river. Make sure to save your game in case you get George killed, like I did. Now enter in the warehouse. Okay, it says here, inside the drawer of the desk you'll find a small brass key.
The only interesting thing I found was a small brass key.
Be right back. I gotta take care of something. I'm back. I've got a little something to snack on a little bit. A small little thing of fruit snacks this small. Really? Mm. Mm. Okay then.
Whoa! Don't shoot! The little guy had a blowpipe. That confirmed my suspicions about what had happened to Nico. I waited for him to shoot me, but it didn't happen. Instead, he seemed to want to tell me something. What? What do you want? He seemed excited, almost desperate. What did he want so bad?
Okay. It just says the little Indian won't let you pass. When you talk to him about Nebraska, he crawls over and you notice that he's been maniacal or maniacal.
Hi. Uh, I'm not going to hurt you.
Quaramonte!
Was that your name? Quaramonte?
Quaramonte!
His vocabulary seemed a little restricted. What does this key unlock?
Huh?
Hey, you're Manacle. Who did this? That big
Or
thug?
manacled,
I'm gonna
rather.
set you free, okay? Hey, come back here! The little guy had gone to ground amongst the stack of crates.
Be right back. Snacking on graham crackers. Yummy. I love graham crackers. Tasty graham crackers. I love these. Okay. Unlock the manacles with the brass key to set them free. Press the button on the wall next to the elevator and go up to the floor.
just in time. Interrupting the beam of light kept the doors from closing and stopped anyone from using the elevator. But what now?
Before you can get out of the elevator, you must move the right-hand crate in front of the photoelectric cell to stop the elevator door from closing. There's a light switch on the wall next to the elevator.
There. That would keep the doors from closing.
A light switch.
Nothing happened. That was probably because the elevator was already on this floor.
Okay. After examining the scratch marks, a secret door will be visible on the wall.
There was an arc-shaped scratch on the floor, as if a door had been opened in the nearby wall. My fingers traced the outline of a secret door in the wall. Then I found a small round stud, which was set flush to the surrounding wooden paneling. Just as I'd hoped. A secret room. Nico!
I've unlocked bonus comic artwork. Yes! I gotta untie the rope.
There. How you feeling?
Oh, thanks, Georges. How on earth did you find me?
I knew Oubier had been in Marseille. But never mind about me. How about you tell me exactly what's going on, starting with that Mayan stone?
I picked it up from one of Karzak's men in Paris. I was expecting a consignment of narcotics.
Drugs?
Yes. The proof I needed to expose Karzak's smuggling operation. I'd set it up to act as his courier, and once I had the proof, I planned to go straight to Inspector Mou. But instead of the dope I'd expected, they sent me that stone instead. And to find out more, I called Professor Oubier, who invited me to his mansion. At least, I thought it was Oubier.
I don't get it. If Karzak's business is drugs, why is he so desperate to get his hands on that stone?
Maybe it has some significance to the local people in Central America. It could be Karzak's means of getting them to work for him. Anyway, we've got to get out of here.
Nico,
Okay
wait.
then. Note that the rope will be in your inventory. Pick up the small stone statue and the masking tape Nico dropped on the floor.
It was a grotesque little statue of a figure carrying a shield and a spear.
Right-clicking allows you to analyze stuff as well.
I decided to keep the masking tape. It was bound to be of some use to me.
As you can't use the elevator, you need to find another way to get out of the warehouse. Did you notice the pulley above that runs from where the large statue is bolted to the door? Yes, I noticed. The statue needs to be raised before you can attach it to the pulley with the rope.
We can't use the elevator. If that thug Pablo's recovered, he'll be waiting for us.
We've got to do something. Where does that door lead to?
I'm not sure.
Put the large crate on the left prevents you from operating the pallet carrier. Put the masking tape over the electric cell and replace the crate you used previously.
Hopefully, the tape would prevent those doors from closing and stop the Indian from being able to call the elevator.
You can now move the top crate and the one on the left out of the way. Alright. Raise the statue using the pallet carrier. And then attach the rope to the statue and the pulley.
The pallet rose about 6 inches off the floor, and I said a silent prayer to whoever had discovered the power of hydraulics.
What on earth are you doing?
Trying to raise the statue so I can hook it to that pulley.
Is that really going to help us?
I like to keep myself occupied in times of stress.
Okay, and then attach the rope to the statue and pulley.
It would be much easier to attach the rope to the statue first. There wasn't much I could do with a pulley that didn't have any rope. There wasn't much I could...
Okay. Last, you need to lower the statue again by using the pallet carrier. Try pushing the statue toward the door to activate the statue.
It was too heavy for me to move on my own.
Okay, you gotta activate the statue dialogue topic when try getting George to push it himself, but talk to Nico. Ask Nico to help you push the statue by selecting the statue top.
Could you give me a hand to push this statue?
What for?
This, my dear, is our passport to freedom.
If you say so, dear.
Okay, push!
It breaks the door
Great
open.
teamwork.
Nice to be working with you again, Mr. Stobart.
George Stobart is him. This is George Stobart that you're controlling throughout the whole game. As you saw earlier, he got a game over after I got him killed, which resulted in a game over. Go out onto the loading platform. Hook the manacles over the cable that runs across the dock side to allow you and Nico to escape.
Nico, I have a great idea.
Who? They fell in the water. Nice try. They go kerplunk in the water. As soon as the rope breaks.
Josh, where have you been?
Never mind that. Do you have the Mayan stone?
Maybe I have, but,
Don't argue, André. Give the stone to George.
well, of course. If you say so, Nicole.
Thank you so much, Andre.
Georgie told me you'd been kidnapped, my dear. I'm glad to see he was mistaken.
Oh, but it was true. If it hadn't been for George, I wouldn't be here now.
It's not finished yet. Karzak's thugs will be back for that stone, you can bet. That little guy kept saying Coramonte. Perhaps the name is significant.
Coramonte is in Central America. That's where Ubier gets his artifacts.
That's all we needed to know. Come on, George.
Quaramonte, the traveler's rear entrance to Central America. Well, that's how it was translated in the brochure. We didn't know what we were looking for, but the offices of Condor Transglobal seemed a good place to start.
Okay, we're now in a new area. The walkthrough's got some blue text. Blue text.
Hey, it's market day. I don't see any cabs. Let's ask someone how to get to Quaramonte City.
Text highlighted in blue is to indicate
Keep
the
your
actual
eyes peeled
dialogue
for any
topic to
sign
pick.
of Condor Transglobal.
And we're back. Okay, so this part of the adventure depends almost entirely on your interaction with other characters. Certain topics will only appear after you discuss something with someone else. The solution below only covers the minimum dialogue topics needed to complete this section of the game. To get a more detailed storyline, you should discuss all the dialogue topics and also speak to other characters in and around the marketplace. Blue text is used to indicate the actual dialogue topic to select. So we're going to start off with General Grasiento. Or Pearl Henderson.
Hi there. What have you got for sale?
¿Qué?
I said, what have you got? Oh, never mind. Hi. Lovely bread.
¿Qué?
Bread,
They're all Spanish
pan?
speaking.
Sí, pan.
Maybe I'll come back later when I'm hungry.
So Jordan's Spanish is non-existent.
Do you recognize this statue?
Por Dios, put it away. You will bring bad luck to Quaramonte.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That is Tezcatlipoca, the god of all that is evil. Go away! You carry the curse of Tezcatlipoca.
Okay, I know when I'm not wanted.
Go away!
I think I blew that real quick out of the water. Oops. You gotta reload. Try again.
I didn't see a need to raise... I didn't want to... It was too... I didn't...
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see... A sturdy beam was... These doors were... Could you give me a hand to push this statue?
What for?
This...
If you say so.
Okay, push! Great, team.
Nice to be...
Yeah, so I messed up that spot earlier. So I had to reload from the last save to restart.
Nico, I have a great idea.
Sure.
Never mind that.
Maybe I am.
Don't argue.
I'll speed skip this because we've already seen the dialogue earlier
Thank you,
between characters.
I'm glad to see
Oh, but it was...
That's not... That little guy killed...
Caramonte.
That's all.
There goes Raster.
Quaramonte, the traveler's rear entrance to Central America. Well, that's how it was translated in the brochure. We didn't know what we were looking for, but the offices of Condor Transglobal seemed a good place to start.
I gotta say this, but Raster seems to have a bit of Italian ancestry in him, even by looking at his face. That he's got Italian ancestry in him. Italian ancestry.
Hey, it's market day.
By
I don't see
looking
any
at his own
cabs.
face.
Let's ask someone how to get to Quaramonte City.
Okay. Keep
Easy.
your eyes
When I
peeled for any
first saw
sign
your
of
face,
Condor
Raster, for the
Transglobal.
first time on stream, on your own stream, you had to have Italian ancestry a little bit, depending on the lighting, the way it makes you look. And the fact that you almost look like you're a person who's been lifting weights, sort of, like been exercising a lot, and the way you look, it almost looks like you have European ancestry in you, like Italian ancestry. Earlier, I showed
Hi.
a statue that
bread.
made the lady
Okay.
freak
Bread,
out, so I can't really
pan?
show her the statue
Si,
again, otherwise I
pan.
screw it up.
Maybe I'll come
But
back
I
later
screw up
when I'm
the
hungry.
interaction with Pearl Henderson.
Do you recognize the logo on this label?
Condor Transglobal? Yes, I've seen it somewhere before.
Here in Claramonte?
Maybe, but it could have been on TV. I don't remember.
See you later.
How could you have Canadian in there?
Hi there. What have you got for sale?
¿Qué?
I said, what have you got? Oh, never mind.
Okay. I would love to see Raster do an ancestry test. I would love to see him try that one day.
Hi.
You wanna buy something?
No, not really.
I got cabbages. Buy a cabbage, senor.
I don't think so. I didn't come all this way to buy vegetables.
Oh. There you go. Strolling Stews jump. Jumping. I have mostly Italian. I have mostly Italian, English, or Italian and Irish, and after that, mostly English and Canadian with a tiny amount of other things I don't think is enough to mention. So Raster is indeed Italian, Irish, English, and Canadian, a mixed ancestry. Italian and Irish in him. So he's got a little bit of multi-mix of heritage, a bit of an ancestry mixture. Simple.
See ya.
You change your mind? How many you want?
None.
Don't come crying.
Listen, have you heard of Condor Transglobal?
No. Buy a cabbage. I'll give you a discount on both purchases.
I'm not into cabbages. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
Aye, Tezcatlipoca. Put it away, senor. Tezcatlipoca brings nothing but evil.
The poor guy was so See ya. That guy was...
No.
Inside the
Yeah.
hut was a chair and a small table.
I'm gonna ignore what Stitch just said, thank you. Strolling Stews jump. They jump.
That guy just didn't look like he was gonna help me. Those things are gourds, aren't they?
I might bring in a little bit of Mario
Hey,
Sunshine
the footwear, lady.
with this, my gaming controller.
Do you have to spit like that?
Sí. You think I want to swallow that crap?
What I mean is, it can't be doing your business any good. I'm sure you'd sell a lot more gourds if you didn't.
Nobody ever complained before.
I'm playing through most
Okay,
of this
I
so I
can
can
see
play
I'm
through
not
most
getting
of it
through.
and return to it at a different time. Hang on. Please wait. That's nice. Let me just change some. Let me change to a different computer monitor and I'll be back. Hold on. Okay, back to the Broken Sword adventure. Another game I'm going to probably do is called Robin Hood: The Legend of Sherwood. I'm going to be bringing in more retro point and clicks. I want to bring in Kane, Cayne, Kane, possibly Kane. They came out in 2017. So let me see what other retro games I can bring in that are point and click. Return to Mysterious Island is going to be one I'll bring in now. I'm going to download these and play them. The one of the games I'm struggling on is called The Next Big Thing. I have Yesterday Origins already installed. Alt installation shell. Hang on while I figure this out. Hang on. I can't get the game into windowed mode, though. It won't let me. Hold on. Hang on while I get this figured out. We're jumping back into Broken Sword again. Here we are. Well, continue.
Do you have crabs?
No, only fish.
Nice fish.
Thanks.
If by some remote chance I ever need a fish, I'll be back. Do you recognize this statue?
Si, senor. It is very, very bad luck. That is Tezcatlipoca, the Night Hunter.
I know, but I don't believe in luck, good or bad.
You may not now, but you will.
The guy looked scared out of his wits.
Go away.
Hey, cheer up, guys. What's with the long faces?
Our pipe player has been arrested and thrown in jail.
Poor Miguel. He never broke the law in his life.
Why was Miguel put in jail?
For playing folk music.
What?
It's true, senor. He insisted on playing traditional Cuaramonte music, even though it's illegal.
Why don't you try playing a tune to cheer yourselves up?
No, we should be looking for real jobs.
We could earn 10 times as much down the mines. My cousin Ramirez was earning 8 pesos an hour.
Before he lost his legs in the accident.
Tell me about the accident at the mine.
There was an explosion at Teoculcan. 30 miners were buried alive.
They got some of them out, though.
2 of them, including your cousin, and they left half of him behind.
Would either of you guys care for a biscuit?
A dog biscuit, senor?
Are you trying to insult us?
No, really. They're good.
We'll take your word for it.
Do you guys know anything about a total eclipse?
What is it?
It's like when the sun is hidden by the moon.
He's crazy.
My cousin Alfredo swears he saw it happen once. But that was after he stupidly consumed a cocktail of peyote and antibiotics.
Take a look at the design on this label.
I have seen that before.
Where?
There was a ship flying a flag just like that.
When did you see this ship?
3 months ago. It was here, at the docks.
What do you make of this little worm?
No good. It's dead.
Sure it's dead. You think I'd carry it around in my pocket if it wasn't? Have you any idea what this is?
No, senor.
Me neither.
Have you seen anything like...
I, the hungry chief.
Why are you carrying that thing around with you, senor? Don't you know who it is?
Sure, it's Tezcatlipoca. But it's only a little carving.
It brings death, senor. Death and destruction.
What was the ship with the Condor flag carrying?
I don't know, senor. We weren't allowed near the docks.
That's right. Usually we meet the ships when they tie up.
We play to the tourists.
Well, when the Condor ship came in, we were told to go away.
Oh, it's Pearl. Oh.
George Stobart, well, of all the...
Mrs. Henderson.
Pearl
Boy, this is
Henderson.
some coincidence, huh?
When you've been married to a fruitcake like Dwayne as long as I have, you stop believing in coincidence.
I'd met Pearl and Dwayne on the other side of the globe in Syria. He was an Army veteran who suspected he was working for the CIA, but wasn't sure. She was less obviously deranged. Is Dwayne here with you, Mrs. Henderson?
Why, sure, I couldn't leave him home alone. Since Dwayne came back from the war, we couldn't bear to be apart.
So, where is he now?
We ain't speaking.
Why aren't you speaking to Dwayne?
Because he's an old spoil-sport sourpuss. I want to visit one of those old pyramid places, but Dwayne says he has to stay in town.
Right. And you don't want to go on your own.
Well, there's no point in going to the pyramid if there's no one around to take my picture.
Is Dwayne still working for the CIA?
If he is, he doesn't know it. He's what they call a snoozer.
Don't you mean a sleeper?
No, this is different. He used to think he worked for them, but the psychotherapy cured him of that. What he doesn't realize is that now he really does work for them. At least that's the way I understood it.
What brings you to Cuaramonte, Pearl?
What takes me just about anywheres. The market.
You drove 2,000 miles to go shopping?
Shopping is my role in the economy of the Great Design, George.
What do you make of this stone, Pearl?
Oh, that's pretty. What's that thing supposed to be, a rabbit?
I believe it's a coyote.
Well, it sure is cute.
I was surprised she didn't ask me where she could buy one. What do you make of this statue, Pearl?
Hoo-wee, that's a spitting image of Dwayne's brother Sheridan. A little less body hair, maybe, but it's him all right.
Look at this, Pearl. A tequila worm.
Don't you bring that thing anywhere near me, honey. I swear I'll scream like a hog on a hot plate.
What does this mean to you, Pearl?
What cute little feathers. Why, if you had two of those, they'd sure make nice earrings.
This isn't intended for frivolous personal adornment, Pearl. It's a dart, tipped with a fast-acting, muscle-numbing poison.
Pardon me, I stand corrected, honey.
Sometimes I get the feeling that communication with Pearl was like sending signals out into space. Maybe, if you waited long enough, you'd get an intelligent answer back. But it was a long shot.
Actually, I do like Broken Sword too because the characters' eyes blink, their facial expressions change, and their mouths move rapidly.
Take a look at this news cover,
Harvester,
You'll have
the
to
horror
read it,
video
George. I left
game,
my
not
specs
so
in a
much.
gay bar in SantaArbara.
Well, it's about an eclipse of the sun, which is due to occur in a few weeks' time.
You'd think the government would warn us about these kind of things.
It's not dangerous or anything. Apparently, the best place to view the eclipse is right here in Quaramonte.
Oh, my.
She didn't appear to be the
Harvester,
slightest
the
bit
video
interested.
game.
Catch you later, Pearl.
Okay, we're back from ad break. Whew. So now that I've talked to Pearl, I've talked to General Grasiento.
Hey, Nico.
I have done just as I have been instructed, Professor. With the mine closed down, there'll be no one around to observe your excavations. Ah, I have visitors.
Just remember what I told you, General. There's really no need to make a martyr out of that man.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, senor. Welcome to Quarmonte.
Thanks. My name's George Stobart from California.
But what is this? An angel come down to earth.
Nicole Collard. Enchanté, mon général.
Well, Nico is actually strange.
Pardon me, senorita, but I couldn't
Hence
help
the accent.
myself.
Look, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
You've come to the right place, senor. Tourist information. General Graciento, at your service.
General Graciento. Note that General Graciento and Professor Obier are standing at and studying the chart on the wall when you enter the police station. The General's infatuation with Nico is also relevant. He tells you that Professor Obier is planning an expedition to some Mayan ruins and wants an excavation permit. He also tells you that Ronaldo can conduct a tour to the pyramid when he's finished his paperwork.
Who was the guy you were talking to when we arrived?
Professor Ubier, a visitor, senor, like yourselves.
Did you say Ubier?
Si, senor. Professor Ubier, a French archaeologist.
Are there any ruins around the city?
Of course, senor. Quarmonte has everything.
I have a friend who wants to visit an historical site.
Ronaldo will only be too pleased to conduct a guided tour, when he's dealt with today's paperwork, of course.
Okay, so now I'm going to talk to him about all available topics.
Have you heard of a guy called Karzak?
No? No, I never heard of him.
I hear there was an accident at the mine a few months ago.
That's correct.
A lot of men killed, weren't there?
A few.
30?
Barely 1% of the working population.
Is it true there's a restriction on music in Quarmonte?
Yes, there is. An emergency measure introduced by Nuestra Senora.
Folk music is a link with the past for some of these people. Take away their musical roots and what do they got left?
Easy listening.
You think easy listening could replace a musical heritage hundreds of years old?
Why not? It happened in your country.
This is the tourist office? It says police on the sign outside.
It is both, senor. I am a man of many parts.
I can see that, General.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
That's a native carving, isn't it? Where did you get it?
We picked it up in the market, as a souvenir.
Would you like a biscuit?
Are you trying to bribe me?
Well, every man has his price.
Mine is more than a dog cookie, Senor Stobart.
Do you know anything about the forthcoming eclipse, General?
Such things do not interest me, Senor.
Take a look at this label.
Si, Senor. Condor Transglobal.
Can you tell me where to find their offices?
No, Senor. I never heard of them, and neither did Ronaldo.
What do you think of these panties, General?
Oh boy, fabuloso!
They're yours if you'll tell me
What a
all you know
freaking-
about Karzak.
What an effing pervert.
Never heard of the guy.
This guy's an
Do I get the
effing
panties
pervert right here.
I told you all I know.
You told me nothing. Are you sure you never heard of Condor?
Oh, yes.
The company is registered here, in Quarmonte City.
You are mistaken, Senorita.
The musicians out in the square say that a ship flying the
Senor
Condor flag
is,
was
is
bursting.
Spanish word
They
for
are
male.
simple peasants. They
Senorita
will
is
go
a
along with
Spanish
anything
word
you
for
say in the hopes
female.
of parting you from your money.
Condor is run by Karzak, isn't it?
Wrong again, Senor. Karzak has nothing to do with anything called Condor. Whoever he is.
Do you keep a record of companies registered in Quarmonte?
Of course, Senorita. Unfortunately, all the records were destroyed by a flash flood.
What's Ubier doing in Quarmonte?
Researching our rich and glorious past, Senor. The professor is planning an expedition to some Mayan ruins. He came to see me to get an excavation permit.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Hi, I'm George Stobart.
Hello, senor. How can I help you?
You know anything about this eclipse?
No, senor. El General keeps me in the dark about most things.
Do you recognize this statue?
Tezcatlipoca. The night wind. Take it away, senor. That stone is cursed.
Would you like a gourmet dog snack biscuit?
I would love one, senor. But I would have a problem with my teeth.
Toothache?
No, senor. If the General catches me eating on duty, he'll knock them out.
Ouch.
Are there any ancient pyramids near Quaramonte?
Si, senor. But it's not very impressive. It's in ruins.
That's perfect. Would you be willing to give a guided tour of the ruins?
I can't. The General would have a fit if I left all this paperwork.
So long.
Okay. When you exit the police station, ask Nico why she came on so strong with the general. Okay.
Why did you show him the stone?
I thought maybe he might know something about it.
Well, he does now, for sure. He knows we have it.
Okay, it says here, General's in blue. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back.
You came on a little strong with the general.
I was merely flattering his ego, Georges. Every man has his Achilles heel.
Maybe, but that guy's weakness isn't in his foot.
Nico. When you enter the police station, ask Nico why she came on so strong with the general. She tells you that it's Achilles' heel, a clue you need later.
Tell me about this Karzak guy.
Well, I saw him for only a few minutes, but he frightens me. I got the impression that Pablo was nervous when he was around too. His eyes, they're like a wild animal's, like a tiger. That's what scared me most about him. He looked so unpredictable and dangerous.
Did you know Ubier's wife was a film star?
No, I didn't know he was married. What happened to her?
She died. In mysterious circumstances, apparently.
How mysterious?
I heard she was murdered. Possibly by Ubier himself.
A murderer, huh? André said he was something of a celebrity.
That man we saw talking to the general was Ubier. Didn't you recognize him?
I never met him, remember? The guy I called in Paris claimed to be Ubier, but he sounded nothing like the man in the police station. Maybe the professor really is innocent.
Nah, it's too much of a coincidence that he's here in Quaramonte. Labano tells me he's been seeing a lot of you.
We meet sometimes for lunch, a drink. After you'd gone back to the States, I was pretty lonely, you know.
Lonely? You must have been desperate. Couldn't you just visit the zoo or something? Have you any idea who this little statue is supposed to be?
I'm not very well acquainted with Mayan deities, Georges. But whatever his name, he sure is ugly.
Guess what this is. Go on, guess.
It's wrought iron, probably from a chimney stack on an old stove.
Well, I suppose it could be. How did she know that?
My grandfather used to work in a foundry.
I found these in your bag.
Oh, they were a gift.
I know. I read the note.
God knows what was going through Andre's mind.
I think that's quite plain enough. Take a look at this, Nico.
That's disgusting, Georges. Why are you carrying it around with you?
I don't know. I just can't seem to part with it. Do you recognize this?
Is that the dart which knocked me out?
That's right. I kept it as a souvenir. Do you have any theories about this stone?
I think that design represents a dog, a Mexican dog.
So, this is the sacred Chihuahua stone? Sheesh. Take a look at this.
Mon Dieu! Where did you get that kind of money?
It's not mine. I found that statement at Ubier's house. Take a look at this.
An eclipse of the sun. Why the sudden interest in astronomy?
I found the cutting in Ubier's house.
Apparently, it's only visible from Central America.
Would you like a biscuit?
Gourmet dog? Have you been eating those things, Georges?
Sure, they're great.
Okay, I've exhausted all available topics. Now I go to Dwayne. Nico goes way over there.
Go away.
No. A go.
In Quaramonte, defacing a poster was probably a capital offense.
Welcome to Quaramonte.
When's the next ship out of here?
But, senor, don't you like our beautiful country?
Oh, yeah. It's like a little piece of paradise right here on Earth.
Then why you wanna leave?
I'm just plain homesick. Like it says in the song.
A word of warning, senor. If you feel like bursting into song, bite your tongue.
Huh?
There are official restrictions on music in Quaramonte.
How come music is restricted in Quaramonte?
It is part of a great cultural enrichment campaign. Traditional Quaramonte music is considered unsuitable for these fast-moving times. Nuestra Señora has decreed that only one category of music is suitable.
What's that?
Easy listening.
We've had enough. We're going back to the ship.
Okay. You show me your brown card?
Huh?
The official X?
Inside the hut was a chair and a small table.
Hey, Nico!
Senor,
Hmm?
leave that child alone.
Hold on.
I wasn't going to try investigating the passage while the general was sat there. I had no need for junk. The filing cabinet was probably locked.
There's UBA. Oh, Dwayne and UBA on the far right. Oh.
It was Pearl's husband, Dwayne. Hey, Mr. Anderson. Good to see you again.
Do I know you, son?
George Stobart, remember? In Syria? I sold you a statue.
I remember that. Pearl was mighty vexed when the paint came off.
Look, I'm sorry. I'll give you back the $50.
No, you suckered me fair and square. This here is Bertrand.
Bertrand Oubier? So, we finally caught up with you.
What the devil are you talking about?
Don't give me that crap, Oubier.
Now hold fire, George. Suppose you
There is
tell
no
us what the
profanity.
hell's going on.
This man lured Nico to his house in Paris, in order to abduct her.
Nonsense. I've been in Quaramonte for the last 7 months.
And I can vouch for that. George, I think you owe Bertrand an apology.
Okay, Oubier, I'm sorry. Are you still working for... you know who?
Who's that, George? You know I'm retired.
Oh, nothing. Forget it. I confused you with somebody else.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Do you think the general was involved with Condor?
Hell no. And if he's a general, I'm a Buddhist. No, that fella's just a mouthpiece for the real power in Quaramonte.
So the general is nothing but a puppet?
He's like Pinocchio before he met the Blue Rinse Fairy. Strictly strings and wood.
Who's pulling the strings?
His mother. Better known as La Presidenta, the dictator.
Does the name Karzak mean anything to you?
Sounds like a comic book villain to me, son.
He's the man behind Condor, and the rat who kidnapped Nico.
You know, the first time I met you, I was deeply impressed with your naive simplicity. I said to Pearl, if we ever had kids, I would have wanted a boy like George. But I underestimated you, son.
Did you know that traditional music is illegal in Caramonte?
Is that so? Seems reasonable to me.
No, really. The leader of the band in the square has been imprisoned just because of the music he played.
I don't know who you've been talking to, but that fella, Miguel, he's an agitator.
What's the real reason the musician was imprisoned?
Handed out subversive literature at the mines. That so-called general was waiting for Miguel when he got back into town. Marched him off to jail at gunpoint on a charge of inciting a riot.
I spoke to Pearl earlier.
Yeah? Did she mention that we had a kind of falling out?
Yes, she did.
She'll get over it.
Would you like a biscuit, Dwayne?
Oh no, those gourmet dog snacks bring me out in a rash.
You've tried them?
They were on special offer. Pearl bought a whole crate. When I asked her if she was thinking of keeping a dog too, she just laughed.
Would you like to borrow my lucky piece of coal, Dwayne?
What's so lucky about it?
Well, we made it to Quaramonte in one piece.
When you've been here a few days, you won't look on that as luck.
What do you think of these panties, Dwayne?
Lord, hot stuff, George. You buy those for your girl?
No, a guy we knew in Paris bought them for her.
Oh, you're a threesome then. Why are you looking at me like that, George?
Forget it. Do you know anything about a shipping company called Condor Transglobal?
I never heard of it, son.
Okay, Dwayne Henderson. Dwayne introduces to the Professor Oubier, but won't talk about anything relevant while the professor is around. Make sure my mic is turned up where you can hear me better. For example, if you ask him about his truck, he tells you that it's full of camping equipment. You need to come back later when Oubier has gone.
Did you drive all the way down here?
Hell no. Pearl did the driving while I followed the maps. The way she handled the wheel, you'd think she'd been trucking half her life.
What's in the truck, Dwayne?
Oh, just camping equipment. Sleeping bags and tents. Me and Pearl always hankered after a taste of the great outdoors.
Aren't you worried about camping out in the tropical jungle?
We had a trial run in West Virginia. This'll be a breeze in comparison.
So I've talked to Dwayne. What the problem is with Oubier around, he won't say zip until he's gone. So I got to go back to the band. I did the important things in the incorrect order. I kind of zigzagged around them in the wrong directions.
tell me about the general. You know, the guy in charge
Oops,
around
that was
here.
my
I don't
fault.
want to talk about him, senor.
How come? No one can hear you. Well, only that old goat.
In Quaramonte, we have a saying. Don't tell your old goat what you don't want your wife to know.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I had nothing else.
George says he has nothing else to talk about. Notice Ubier has left.
Maybe I'm wrong, but you seemed kind of evasive when I asked you about what you had in that truck before.
Damn right I was being evasive. I couldn't talk in front of the foreign nationals, see? George, I'm on a top-secret classified mission for Uncle Sam. This truck is a rolling bomb. 400 pounds of nitrate fertilizer with a plastique initiator. They'll hear the bang in China. Gee, I'm really looking forward to this.
Okay then, we're back.
Is Miguel the reason you're here?
Pretty smart, George. I was supposed to make contact with him. By the time I found him, though, he was in jail. I've been trying to figure out a way to get him out since then.
Sounds good to me. Count me in.
Good man, George. All I need is a detonator.
How come you brought a truckload of explosives but no detonator?
Call me old-fashioned, but I say packing trunks is woman's work. I left the packing to Pearl, and I can't find a darn thing. Just hope she remembered to bring my denture polish. I'd sure hate to arrive back in the States with tar on my teeth.
Have you really never heard of Condor?
Of course I have, son. Matter of fact, it was old Dwayne's investigation scared him off.
Did you find any evidence of Condor's drug smuggling operations?
Drugs? Hell no! Condor was a cover for the illegal export of Mayan artifacts.
So who was behind Condor Transglobal?
It was registered in the name of Edan.
Did you get the guy?
I don't think he ever existed. Edan backwards spells Nady, Spanish for nobody.
Okay, General Garciento. Okay, I looked at the chart on the wall earlier, but I couldn't.
Hey, Nico!
Do you have a map of Quaramonte?
A map? I'm sorry, senor, but I don't.
What about the one on the wall?
Ah, that is an archaeological survey map, senor. Not suitable for tourists.
We've had enough of Quaramonte, and we want out.
Am I stopping you?
The guy at the docks tells me I need an exit visa.
Ask Ronaldo. He'll make the arrangements. That's what he's here for.
I'll be back.
So I am doing what the next steps are, and with the blue words in it or the blue names in it, names highlighted in blue,
I'd
in
like
a
to visit the prison.
roundabout order.
Condemned prisoners aren't allowed visitors.
Condemned?
To death. He is to be executed. Knowing my luck, I will probably have to shoot him myself.
Amnesty International's gonna hear about this. I thought Miguel was arrested for playing the wrong kind of music.
Si, senor, he was.
And that carries the death penalty?
No. You think we're crazy? While being questioned, he confessed to being an anti-government agent.
I'm trying to get out of Quaramonte.
If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I'd be able to buy back half my family.
Never mind then. What about my visa?
We don't take visa.
I didn't ask if you take a visa. I want you to give me a visa.
I can't help you, senor. I don't understand these things.
So long. I had nothing else I wanted to ask him. Have you met the guy who calls himself the General?
No, I haven't. Is he a real general?
I guess so. He wears a lot of medals on his chest. The wrong side of his chest. At least for any army I'd ever seen. Do you know where I could buy a detonator?
Did Dwayne put you up to this by any chance?
Hey, come on, I was kidding. Did you think I was serious?
I know what you boys are like when you get together and make plans. Dwayne says he could solve all the world's problems if he had enough missiles.
I hear you drove all the way to Quaramonte. In a truck.
That's right. You would not believe the state of some of those roads. Makes me downright sad to think there's still some places you can't reach in an automobile. In this day and age, you'd think there'd be decent highways just about anywhere folk choose to go.
Did you know that the truck was full of explosives?
Whatever gave you that idea, as if I couldn't guess?
Your husband. He was exaggerating, wasn't he?
Sometimes I wonder how I'm gonna cope with Dwayne's over-fertile imagination.
Catch you later, Pearl. Hey, Nico!
Senor.
Sorry, I forgot. I had nothing else I wanted to ask him. I'd asked him all I'd wanted to for now.
Oops! I think I did stuff in the wrong order.
The safe was undoubtedly locked. I'd asked him all...
I did things exactly what it says to do in the walkthrough, but I might have done them in the roundabout order. Oops.
Never mind.
Hey, Nico!
Hola, señora.
Hi. We were wondering...
I was talking to the lady, Chico.
Hi, my name is Nicole Collard.
Concha Garcia. How can I help you, sister?
The corporation I represent is considering
Oh,
a major
Conchita
investment
Garcia.
in Claramonte. Your advice, as the head of an obviously successful concern, is precisely what
Oh,
I'm
I'm doing it in the right
My
order.
assistant, Mr. Stobart, has a few questions he'd like to ask you.
Do you have any kind of detonating device in stock?
Sure. They're kept in that cupboard.
I don't suppose you have one spare?
I can't simply give you a device like that, no without a damn good reason.
Do you know Professor Ubier?
Yes. I understand he is about to embark on an archaeological expedition. He hired some equipment from me earlier today.
I overheard him talking to the general. I think they're working together.
What? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have hired out the equipment. Now, why would the general be interested in an archaeologist?
Map.
The general has a chart in his office, which he was discussing with Ubier.
Perhaps that chart will tell us where they're heading.
Maybe, but I can't get anywhere near it while the general and his sidekick are there. Have you heard of a man named Karzak?
No? Who is he?
He's the reason we came to Claramonte. We think he's running a drug ring.
Well, I hope you find him, but I've never heard the name before.
Can you tell me about the accident at the mine?
Accident? It was sabotage. Somebody wanted my mine closed down for good.
Do you have any evidence that the mine was sabotaged?
Not yet, but I'll get to the bottom of it. There'd been trouble at that mine for several months. The workforce was getting smaller every day. Someone had started a rumor among the men that the mine was cursed. Now the entire operation has been closed down.
Where's the site of the mine?
Several days upriver at a remote area known as Teoculcan.
Would you like a dog biscuit?
Would you like a smack in the mouth, Chico?
Does this stone mean anything to you?
I think it is a spirit stone carved by a Mayan priest, no? I don't know which of their many gods it represents.
Do you recognize the icon on this label?
Condor Transglobal.
Did the company operate here in Claramonte?
Yes, they ran an old container ship, the Mayan Princess.
You see this? It's my lucky piece of coal.
What's so lucky about it?
I'm not sure yet.
Nice buns.
Whoa, hello. I don't think he's fully clothed. He has no pants on.
Would you be interested in these panties? They look about your size.
Is that your best line, Chico?
I'm serious. They were an unwanted gift.
Put them away before you get overexcited.
Have you heard about the forthcoming eclipse?
I don't take much interest in things like that. One of the boys might know about it.
Do you know who owned Condor Transglobal?
I've no idea.
Can you tell me anything about this statue?
It is Tezcatlipoca, the god of death and pestilence. That fetish would be considered by many to be a bad omen.
Okay, all the topics have been used up, but I should speak to more people, I guess.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to Consolidated Mining. If you are planning to stay in Cuaramonte City, may I recommend the Consolidated Mining Experience, an interactive hands-on tour of one of our deepest mines, with talking tour guides available in 3 different languages.
A tour of a mine.
Well, this is a mining company. What else did you expect?
Do you know where I could find Senor Karzak?
No, senor.
Do you know anything about the eclipse that's due soon?
Me? No, senor.
I guess a mining company must use explosives, right?
Not in the accounts and ledger section, to my knowledge.
How come you're not wearing any pants?
I was
I feel
right.
more
He's
alert
not
without
wearing
them.
pants.
Kind of perky.
And your boss doesn't mind?
She suggested it.
Yikes.
Ever heard of a guy called Karzak?
Can't you see I'm busy? If I don't finish this stock report, the boss will be mad as hell.
Do you know where I could find a detonator?
Sure. The cupboard behind the boss. But she won't let you have it.
I'll use my charm.
This I gotta see.
Are you looking forward to the eclipse of the sun?
Not especially. Are you?
I don't know. I've never seen one. All I know about eclipses is that you shouldn't try to view them with the naked eye.
Please. Go away and let me get on with my work.
Did you know there's an eclipse of the sun in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, Joe told me about it. He's having a party and we're all invited. Me and the boys are dressing up as evil monks.
Yeah? Cool. Ever hear of a guy called Karzak?
No, sir.
I'm looking for a detonator.
Oh my, that's dangerous. I mean, are you qualified to handle those things? I don't know how you can work with explosives. I'd be too scared of blowing myself up. That's why I work in an office. Mind you, clerical duties are not as safe as you might think. You know those things you use to remove staples? You know, staple removers?
Look, I sympathize, but I've heard enough of this crap. Ever heard of a guy called Karzak?
No.
Do you know anything about the eclipse?
Yes, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I heard it's going to be pretty spectacular.
It's in a few weeks' time, isn't it?
9 days.
Thanks. Do you keep detonators in the office?
I don't know. I'm new here. In fact, I started this morning. I don't have a clue what I'm supposed to be doing. Are you familiar with accounting software?
Yeah, sure. Which package are you using?
It's called Link. The guy who wrote it must be a lunatic. Every time I save a file, it plays a silly tune, and a little cartoon piglet dances across the display.
So what's the problem?
Well, none, I guess. But it's not what I'd expect from a professional accounting package.
Hmm.
Hey, Nico!
I had nothing else I wanted to ask him. Did you notice that chart on the police station wall?
Yes, it looked like a map to me, but I couldn't make out the details.
Whatever it was, the General didn't want us to see it. Could you distract the General while I took a look at that chart?
You're kidding. Did you see the way he was leering at me?
Yeah, you'd make a great snake charmer. Come on, 5 minutes is all I need.
Well, maybe. But it's your harebrained scheme. You do the talking.
No, this part's automatic. George goes this automatically when you do this.
My girlfriend has a favor she wants to ask you, General.
For you, my dear. Anything.
I've changed my mind.
Oh, no, you haven't. She's embarrassed about asking you for an interview, General.
An interview with me? Fabuloso!
Well, I want to write a story about you.
You hear that, Ronaldo? An exclusive glossy spread about your beloved general.
Si, Signor General.
Look after things here. I'm going back to my apartment and I don't want to be disturbed.
This automatically does
thank you for
the
this
General
first,
Crescentio's
Don't worry. If you're gone
apartment.
for more than a couple of hours, I'll come and get you.
A couple of hours?
Nico is short for Nicole. That's what it is.
No, 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 Signor. The General said nobody must see that chart.
He won't know unless you tell him.
You don't know him, Signor. He will worm it out of me as easily as he de-waxes his ear.
Okay. I'd have to get rid of him. Would you take my friend to the ruins now the General's gone?
I'd be honored, Signor.
Thanks. I'll go get her. I've made the arrangements for your visit to the temple, Pearl.
Oh, that's just great, George. Why don't you come too, honey?
I'd love to, but right now I have to save the world.
Listen, sweetie. I'm looking for an official guide to take me to the old pyramid.
For a lovely lady, I would go to the ends of the earth. For you, I will go as far as the pyramid and back. But what about your husband?
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Let's go, Beanpole.
As Pearl and Ronaldo set out for the ruined pyramid, I prepared to search the police station. It looked like a geological survey map showing the land to the southeast of Quaramonte City. About 60 miles inland and upstream was an area marked Teoculcan. The safe was undoubtedly locked. It was a computer monitor with some kind of outdated game displayed on it. I didn't have time to get sidetracked by playing computer games. I decided to leave the television switched on. It looked like a geological... About 60 miles. I'm George Stobart. You're Miguel the musician, aren't you?
Ex-musician, senor. My career is finished.
Going to jail could be the boost your career needed.
Senor, I would rather die than live with this shame.
Have you heard of a guy called Karzak?
Yes. The old man spoke of him.
The foreigner? Professor Ubier?
That's right. This man Karzak is Ubier's boss.
Why is that noose hanging from the bars?
Ronaldo strung it up for me to hang myself. Don't cry for me, Senor Stobart. When I am dead, the goddess will take my soul to rest in paradise.
I couldn't reach the noose. The door led back outside. The door led... I got a good look at that chart in the police station. It's a map of Quaramonte.
Does it tell us where Ubier is heading?
Yeah, a place called Teoculcan.
That's the site of the mine. I wonder why they're being so secretive about Ubier's plans. One thing's for sure. If the general's involved, they're up to no good. I'd like to talk to that musician Miguel. Take the detonator and get him out of that jail.
Here is the detonator, Dwayne.
Keep your voice down, George. You want everyone to know. You'd best go and warn Miguel that the U.S. cavalry's on the way.
Okay.
He pronounces Miguel as Miguel, and it's pronounced Miguel instead. That Dwayne mispronounces as Miguel's name. Policia is Spanish for police up at the top up there.
Hey, Miguel,
What is it? What is happening?
we're getting out of here.
Who's we? They've sent the Delta Force?
Nope,
The Impossible Missions Force?
don't make me sick. Much better.
Who then?
A retired greetings card salesman from Ohio.
I'm doomed.
You're not the only one.
I should have known you'd be trouble the moment I saw you.
Look, I
Uh-oh.
can explain everything.
Get in that cell. Now.
And what if I refuse?
He'll shoot you.
Okay, here I am, going quietly into the cell.
Very wise. Not Americano scum.
One of the reasons I hate guns so much is the way they make people so damned impolite.
I hope you're enjoying your vacation, Senor Stobart.
Ah, go polish your weapon, Ronaldo.
This was part of your plan, right?
Well, in a manner of speaking, no. I was all out of ideas. It was up to Nico now.
So, here we are.
You've changed.
I thought I would slip into
General
something
Grasiento's
more
apartment.
comfortable.
The stench of cheap cologne rolled over me like tear gas.
So, what do you want to know about me? Ask and I will answer. I will deny you nothing. I am a very giving person.
How nice for your friends.
Your eyes are glittering like stars.
His damn cologne was making my eyes water. I was running out of sofa.
As spirited as you are beautiful, I admire that.
As long as he admired it from afar.
Now I get to play as Nico now.
On close inspection, I noticed that the swordfish was peppered with machine gun bullet holes. The general was a real sportsman, and no mistake. The tiger was beyond help. I didn't want the picture.
Examining these items in General Grasiento's apartment
I
activates some of his
didn't want to
dialogue
watch a lot of
topics.
tawdry soap operas. I didn't want the lava lamp. Is that a lava lamp?
Sure, it's more impressive in the dark. I'll close the blinds.
No, don't do that. Not on such a beautiful day.
Be right back. Now I talk to General Garciento on all topics.
Who's the guy with the hat and the fat cigar?
My mother.
Big fish. Catch it yourself?
Catch it. Fishing poles are for children.
Then how did... Are those bullet holes?
2 magazines on full automatic. It put up quite a fight.
I, love your TV.
Oh, yeah. Cool, no?
Yeah, there's something noticeable on the TV screen.
Mom! What is going on here?
Nothing, Mom. I was...
I'm in uniform. And when I'm in uniform, it's...
Madame la Presidente, sorry, Madame la Presidenta.
Now, what is going on here?
Nothing, Madame la Presidenta. I was just showing my friend Nico some of the cool stuff I've got.
Hi.
Good afternoon, señorita. And just what are your intentions toward my son?
Intentions? We were just talking.
How nice. She has good bone structure, Raoul. Has she any brains?
She's a reporter.
Is she? And what sort of questions has she been asking?
I'm a freelance photojournalist. I do lifestyle features.
For what sort of magazines?
It looked safest to play dumb, with good bone structure. Haya, Lifestyle of the Super Rich and Vainglorious, Envy Magazine,
Excellent! Raoul, you've chosen well for a change.
It was pretty obvious who pulled the strings around here. I hope George was making good use of the time I was buying him.
And then it goes...
Now we go back to George.
And when you were in this band of yours, you used to play that song for 2 hours?
Yeah, we were really famous at our college. Still, ours wasn't as good as the original version.
I have never heard that song before, yet I have no doubt that this must be true.
Hey! Psst! Hey, George!
Dwayne Henderson. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. Get to the American consul and tell him I've been imprisoned without charge.
Get real, George. He was the previous occupant of that cell you're in. We're gonna have to use good old American know-how to get you out of there.
Uh-oh.
That, and this truck full of explosives I've got here.
Dwayne, listen to me. You'll kill all of us.
You're such a naysayer, George. It'll go like clockwork.
Dwayne's stupid ass self plans on blowing up something and is gonna kill everyone.
Copper wire here. Let me just damn. All right, I'll just hook that up. All right, there we go. Okay, just a minute. I've got to get to a safe distance.
Quick, Miguel, hit the mattress.
You have strange customs up north.
Here we go.
Too late.
Are we dead yet?
Horseshit.
What happened to the explosives?
There ain't no explosives. My dumbass supplier must have given me organic fertilizer instead of chemical. All I got here is
Yep, the plan was horseshit. It didn't go as planned.
That's a lovely image, Dwayne.
There is profanity in here in this game as well, but Dwayne's plan with horseshit. Nice try, Dwayne.
I couldn't reach the
Didn't
noose.
do it right. Nice try, but the supplier didn't do it right. Wah, wah, wah.
Listen to me, Miguel. You give me that rope, and I'll get us out of here. Is there somewhere you can hide from the General?
Of course. My friends have a boat ready to take me upriver. But how are you going to break out of here with just a short piece of rope?
I'm not sure, but I'll think of something.
If your plan doesn't work, will you let me hang myself in peace?
I had nothing else to ask him. Hey, Dwayne, I want you to tie this rope to your truck and then drive forward. I'd had no idea whether this was really going to work. but I'd seen it in a black and white western. Of course, Hopalong was using a horse, and Dwayne had a 4-ton truck, but hey, the principle's sound.
Anything you say, George.
Please forgive my mother. She can be a little difficult.
Oh, my feet, Raoul! Propose, you idiot!
Don't mind her. She just wants grandchildren.
Don't think I can't hear you, Raoul. I want the worthy successor, and you're not it. Propose now, or I'll do it for you.
Look, Nico, we haven't known each other very long, but...
Oops!
What the hell was that?
I didn't know what was going on, but Georges had to be involved in it somewhere.
Uh-oh.
I ain't gonna say a thing, 'cause that sweet sound of falling masonry says it all.
Quick, senor. The river.
Huh? Wait, what about Nico?
Georges, what have you done? You only had to sneak a look at the chart, and it's turned into World War III.
No time to explain. Come on.
Don't move, terrorist scum. You talking to me, Junior?
Yes, I'm talking to you, Batman, and my name's not Junior.
A word to the wise, Junior. You carry on waving that pea shooter in my face, and the next person who sees it is gonna be your proctologist. Savvy?
General, I am happy to report that I have apprehended the terrorists.
You idiot! Not them! The other American and the French woman! They're the ones!
When I recovered consciousness, I was alone, washed up on the riverbank. My head was aching fiercely, and my mouth tasted like a swamp. At first, I thought the music I heard was in my head. Just my luck to wind up in paradise with a migraine. But I followed the sound and discovered a tree house in a nearby clearing.
Ah, we arrived at a treehouse.
It would have been a shame to tamper with the elegant bridge. It seemed to be working just fine. It was a pile of damp leaves. It was a pile of damp leaves. It was heavy. I guess that was intentional. The leverage from the cross allowed me to turn one.
Remove the vine rope from the washing machine.
Hello? Anyone home? I placed the bank statement over the damp leaves. As I held the fetish to the iron rim of the wheel, a shower of sparks cascaded onto the leaves.
Quick, man! Put out that fire! I've got a sick woman up here!
Sorry, Father, but I needed to attract your attention.
Who are you? And what do you want?
My name is Stobart, George Stobart.
I'm Father Hubert. I don't suppose you speak French.
Huh? Why do you want to know that?
I found a young woman with a fever by the river this morning. The poor girl is close to death, and there's nothing I can do for her but pray. I don't understand her, but I think she's speaking French.
Hang on. That must be Nico. The iron rim of the water wheel would have... The leaves were burnt to ashes. The stones were too heavy to turn by hand. That's my girlfriend you've got in your treehouse. What's the matter with her?
She's been bitten by a venomous river snake.
But can't you do something for her? There's a cure, isn't there?
I ran out of penicillin and morphine years ago, but the local people speak of a root which they believe will counteract the poison.
What are you doing out here in the jungle?
God's work. Not quite the destination I had in mind when I set out, but well, you know what they say? Mysterious ways and so on.
You didn't plan to end up here?
No. I was on my way to the miners' camp in the north. I was stuck here when my boat capsized on the river.
That's exactly what happened to me. How long have you been here?
11 years.
Where can I find this route?
I don't know. But maybe the shaman at the village can tell us.
Will you show me the way to the village?
Me? Oh, but I can't.
Can't? Nico's life depends on it.
You're right. Of course I should, despite my own guilt and shame. But I can't go as a representative of God with a creased collar.
A creased collar? You mean you put your personal attire higher than the life of a sick woman?
I will not go to that village looking anything but my best.
Give me your collar. I'm sure I can find a way to press it.
Thank you, my son. In the meantime, I must contemplate my sermon.
There was obviously more than a creased collar bothering the priest. Two round stones were carefully...
Where do you think you're going?
I've got to see...
Please, my son. I know it's hard. The girl needs...
I'd always wanted...
Please.
No, I wasn't convinced. There was nothing else. So there I was. It's a strange one. The leverage from the cross allowed me to It seemed to be working. A wooden box. There was nothing else. That vine rope could be useful.
I'm just back from. I'll be back. Next step is to use a rhino to protect the two stones on the press. Okay, that's next.
The vine provided a drive belt. The press worked surprisingly well on the collar. Here's your collar, Father.
Thank you, George. You'd probably think it a little odd of me to make such a fuss.
Oh no. If I'd been living in the jungle for 11 years, I'd be completely screwy too.
Screwy? Yes, perhaps I am. Ever since my last visit to that village.
Do you want to tell me what
I forgot my vows. I let myself be overwhelmed by the beauty of this unspoiled paradise, and in a moment of weakness, animal passion reared its rampant head.
You know, you should be writing romantic novels. Did you experience some kind of a physical liaison at the village?
Yes, I'm ashamed to admit it, but I found myself doing the monkey dance.
I've never heard it called that before. And I didn't want to pry any deeper into Hubert's murky past. Now you
That.
got your collar back. Will you take me to the village?
I've still not finished my sermon.
Look, Father, I still don't know why you're so reluctant to visit that village, and it's none of my business. Whatever the reason, it can't be more important than saving Nico's life.
You're right. I must be crazy. We must make haste if we're to reach the village before nightfall.
By the time we reached the village, it was sunset.
Hello, boys. Glad to see you're still wearing the underpants. What?
They're the best Christmas present we ever had, Father.
Mine are too tight.
Well, we all have our cross to bear. This is George. He has a request to make. I'm afraid I can't stay. Good luck, George.
That's a relief. I never feel comfortable with him about.
Me neither. These damn pants keep riding right up my butt.
So, what do you want?
That's a little more than I needed to hear.
My girlfriend has been bitten by a snake.
So, everyone in my family has been bitten by snakes.
I was bitten by a dormouse once.
She's real sick. I hoped your wise man might have medicine.
Wise man? You must have the wrong village.
Father Hubert said there was a wise man in the village who could help me.
Ooh, he must mean the old man, the shaman.
Are you going to stand by and let my girlfriend die?
Of course not. What do you think we are, savages?
We'll start the preparations for a cremation feast.
I'd like to see the shaman, please.
You can't just go walking in there and demand to speak to the shaman.
Why not?
You have to observe the protocol. The shaman demands tribute.
Tribute? You mean like a gift?
That's right.
The eternal question. What do you give a man who has everything?
Hmm.
Here, he'll like these biscuits.
If you say so. He liked the biscuits, especially the black ones. He wants to know if you've any more.
I put my lucky piece of coal in the empty box. Here, I found some more of those biscuits for the shaman.
I'll give them to him. The shaman didn't want the black rock.
I put the statue in the empty box. Here, I found some more of those biscuits for the shaman.
I'll give them to him. The shaman said to give you back the statue.
He didn't want it?
He's already got one.
Stop.
Mm.
This is a private village.
There wasn't much point in sending the empty box back to the shaman. Give me a clue. What kind of things does your shaman like? Does he have a hobby, a favorite sport?
You insult us. The shaman lives on a higher plane.
Oh, right. Maybe a book would be more suitable. Or a jigsaw puzzle? Don't you just hate choosing presents for people you don't know? This cone could have 1,000 uses.
Yeah? Like what?
A protective helmet?
I don't think so.
Would your wise man have any use for lipstick?
Not in that color.
Haven't you anything in black?
Of course I don't. There wasn't much point in sending the empty box back to the shaman. Look, I know it's not much, but I want your shaman to have this.
Do you expect him to eat that?
He's an old man, you know. He might choke.
This stone is what brought me here.
That's a spirit stone. I wouldn't touch it if I was you.
You're right. It could be cursed.
There wasn't much... I put the Mayan stone in the empty box. Here, I found some more of those biscuits for the shaman.
I'll give them to him.
The shaman wants to talk to you. I hoped he would. Well, it's been nice to talk to you guys. That woman certainly wasn't the reason I'd come to the village. That man wasn't the one... Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Please, sit down. Welcome, George.
Thanks.
It has long been foretold that a white man would bring the Coyote Stone to this village.
My girlfriend's been bitten by a snake.
And you want me to heal her?
That's the idea. Can you do it?
I'm not sure. My gums aren't what they used to be.
I don't suppose this would be any use to you.
It sure would. This wax on a stick will change our lives.
What do you want it for?
To decorate our bodies for the monkey dance.
Why is Father Hubert so reluctant to visit the village?
I don't know. He used to come here a lot, but then he just stopped. You'd think he'd want to spend some time with his kids.
Did you say Father Hubert has kids?
3 girls and 5 boys by my reckoning. All conceived in the same week at the Feast of the Monkey Dance.
Listen, my girlfriend's in a coma. Please, old man, give me the root.
What root?
Father Hubert told me of a root which could cure the bite of the river snake.
There's nothing sacred with these people. That was our secret, known only to members of my tribe.
If that root is my chance of saving Nico's life, then I want it. Fast.
There is time yet, George Stobart. Time to learn why you were called here.
Fine. If I listen to your story, then will you give me the root?
The eel travels far, but still returns to the place of his spawning.
And look, I'm running a tight schedule, so can you skip the riddles?
I'll be right back, and I'll let that play while I go take care of something.
The great god and king Quetzalcoatl was defeated by trickery and deceit. His enemy Tezcatlipoca took his place as leader and demanded terrible human sacrifices. A group of loyal priests found a way to trap Tezcatlipoca. But his powers were so great, they knew he would not remain trapped forever. His time of incarceration would end with the eclipse, which marked the close of the 5th age. So the priests fashioned 3 obsidian stones which contained the power to seal the mirror for all time. But before the stones could be put in place, they were seized by the invading Spanish.
But how did they trap Tez, the evil god?
They built a pyramid which they told Tezcatlipoca was dedicated to him. At its center, they fashioned a huge mirror of perfectly smooth obsidian. Luring him into the pyramid with praise and flattery, they used sorcery to ensnare him in the mirror.
Okay, I'm back.
There's an eclipse of the sun due very soon, isn't there?
Correct. The eclipse which marks the ending of the Fifth Age will come before the next full moon.
Less than 2 weeks. I didn't really believe that Tezcatlipoca would return, but I figured Karzak's plans were in some way connected. What happened to the stones?
They were taken by the Spanish to the coastal town that is now called Guaramonte City. Only one stone reached Spain. The other two fell into the hands of buccaneers. The Jaguar stone was captured by an English captain, El Draco. The Eagle stone was taken by a pirate called Ketch. The third stone, the Coyote stone, reached Spain safely. That is the stone in your possession.
Tell me more about the Jaguar stone.
Many centuries ago, the port of Guaramonte was entered by a ship flying Spanish colors. The captain, the man known as El Draco, sent soldiers ashore. Only when the soldiers arrested the mayor did the people realize that they were English privateers. The mayor was held hostage while the soldiers looted and plundered the city. Amongst the treasures they stole was the Jaguar stone.
Where is the Jaguar stone now?
I suppose El Draco took it back to his homeland, across the Great Sea.
To England? Suppose I was to believe there was anything in your story, other than the rambling delusions of a seriously wacky old man. Suppose I was to swallow it, hook, line, and kitchen sink. What then?
Then you would see that the fate of the human race rests upon your shoulders.
Do I get anything to help me combat Tezcatlipoca?
Like what?
Well, a magical weapon?
Get real, George.
Tell me more about the Eagle Stone.
The stone was loaded onto a galleon with many valuable artifacts plundered by the Spanish. But shortly after leaving harbor, a terrible squall blew up and damaged the ship. The ship was intercepted by a bloodthirsty pirate, Captain Ketch. Ketch made short work of overpowering the crew, stealing the treasure, and sinking the Spanish ship.
Oh, okay. The Easter eggs are only available in the original Broken Sword. There's about 3 Easter eggs. Let's see, 1, 2, 3 of them. 3 Easter eggs, though. One of them is pixel sensitive.
Where's the Eagle Stone now?
Nobody knows for sure. Ketch retired from piracy and bought an island in the Caribbean.
What do I do when I find the stones?
Bring them here to me and I shall prepare you. The stones must be taken to the heart of the pyramid. Only there can they be used to seal the gate by which Tezcatlipoca will return to this world.
Now do I get the root?
Here, take it. Make haste if you wish to save the girl's life. The hummingbird sings to me of death to come.
Now you're talking in riddles again. Listen, is it okay if I crash here? I've got no chance of finding my way through the jungle in the dark.
You're welcome, but you probably won't get much sleep. Tonight's the night of the monkey dance.
I left the village at dawn and stumbled back through the jungle in a post-party daze. It was just like sneaking back to my parents' house when I was younger. Except Oakland didn't have monkeys or parrots.
Treehouse, you need to get the root antidote into liquid form before giving it to Nico. Put the metal cone under the press, insert the root into the press, and again use the cross to apply leverage. Squeeze the root into a liquid. That's easy.
As the liquid was squeezed from the root, look, Hubert, the antidote.
Well, what are you waiting for? Give it the girl, quickly.
Nico. Here, drink this.
Oh, George, it's horrible.
Just swallow it down. Okay, try and rest now, darling. You'll need all your strength when we go after the other 2 stones.
Other stones? What other stones? What have you gotten me into now, George Stobart?
Well, the patient is sounding more like her old self already.
Guys, did you miss a lot and you missed a lot that has happened.
To save time, we decided to split up and look for
You'll
each
have to
stone
probably
in the
watch the VOD to see what
I
has
traced the
happened.
pirate Ketch to a remote island in the Caribbean. With the fortune he'd amassed from piracy, he'd retired to a place that was later called Ketch's Landing.
I'm nearing almost at the end of the game with Ketch's Landing coming up. Then 4 more locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations. So I'm making my way through it.
Hi, is this Ketch's Landing?
Yeah, man. You wanna buy some fish?
Nah, I don't like fish. What's your name?
Rio. It means river. What about you?
George. It means, well, it's just a name. Is it true that Captain Ketch lived around here?
That's right. That's his house up on the hill. It's a museum now.
Yeah? That's exactly what I need. Thanks, kid.
You won't get inside, you know.
It's going fine, but you've missed a ton of stuff I've done. I've gotten a little further in the game
Here's what everybody knows
just by
around
following
here.
a walkthrough.
He was a pirate and get himself hung.
Do you know anything about pirate treasure?
Man, that's all stories. There's no such thing as a real pirate treasure.
Do you know anything about a forthcoming eclipse?
No, but that explains why the weather's about to get real bad.
Rio, it's a beautiful day. There's no more than a whisker of cloud in the sky.
Trust me, man, it's going to get real bad.
Who are these old ladies you mentioned?
Miss Frost and Miss Mina Ketch.
How come the
The
old lady
Ketch
closed the
sisters.
museum?
It's Bronson's doing.
The guy with the theodolite?
Him have the plans for redeveloping the museum. They quietly regret it, you know. The man's a crook.
No school today?
No, sir.
What about your education?
I can fish, sail, and swim. I've been looking after myself since I was 6, and I'm bilingual.
Aren't you a little overqualified for a beach bum?
Well, you know, there's a lot of competition.
So you'll just have to watch the VOD to see what you've missed. You're playing in Splatfest, okay. Well, when you're done with the whole Splatoon thing, you might want to check out the VOD afterward because it'll give you a recap of what I've done. Climb the steps and talk to the Ketch sisters about Rio. This VOD won't be too long because obviously I'm already at the last tail end of the game
Hi, my name's
in its
George
entirety. I'm at the Ketch's Landing
No,
part.
thank you, ma'am. I
And
don't
I've got
like tea.
the Ketch Museum and the British Museum and then the Underground Station in Zombie Island, and then that'll be the end of the game.
I've been talking to Rio, the little fisher boy.
I'll thank you not to mention that little wretch in my presence.
The sisters detest Rio. The little boy, they detest him.
That will do, Mina.
It was locked.
The house is closed.
How come?
It is undergoing refurbishment.
Refurbishment? Where are the workmen?
Preparation is half the work, young man. The intention is to prepare the museum for the new century.
The Frederick Ketch Memorial Museum. It would look nice in neon.
A museum for a pirate? There was a stony silence.
Frederick Ketch was emphatically not a pirate. It's precisely this sort of vile misrepresentation that Mr. Bronson is seeking to rebalance.
Oh? How?
Mr. Bronson has kindly agreed to undertake the museum's refurbishment at a very reasonable price. He understands the importance of a sense of history.
He also understands spherical geometry.
Mina?
Well, he does.
Listen, ma'am, I came a long way to visit this place.
If we make an exception in your case, everyone will want to get in.
Pardon me, but I didn't exactly have to fight my way through the crowds.
You're the second visitor we've had today.
No, I'm sorry, but it's impossible.
Can you tell me anything about Captain Ketch?
More than you can tell me about your great-great-great-great-grandfather, no doubt.
You're his descendants?
Certainly. Captain Ketch was born in Dorset, England, in the reign of King Henry VIII. His family were undistinguished farmers, but young Frederick Ketch decided to go to sea.
We have plenty of seamen in our family, Mr. Stobart.
Take that how you will, what you just said.
Yes, I am. Frederick Ketch sounds like he was a pirate to me.
As I have already told you, sir, he was not a pirate.
They hanged him, you know. Down there on the beach in front of his family. Didn't bother with the trial. Just whipped him out from his breakfast table and hoisted him up in chains.
Is that your cat?
Yes, it is.
That's Ruddles.
Do you like cats, Mr. Stobart?
I love them. They're so cute with their claws and their little puckered butts.
Aren't they, though?
Don't encourage him, Mina.
Well, if he wasn't a pirate, what did they hang him for?
Envy. Pure, green-eyed envy. He had been a successful privateer, you see, and had accumulated great wealth.
As rich as a mink in a paddock.
Shut up, Mina.
Yes, Frost.
The small-minded governor and his lackeys wanted his money, trumped up some ridiculous charge about breaking the conditions of his letter of marque, and hanged him like a common thief. The blackguards!
You were telling me about Captain Ketch. Do go on.
Oh, yes. He sailed under Hawkins.
Jim Hawkins?
John Hawkins, one of the great traders of the Elizabethan age. In 1568, Frederick Ketch was a young man serving aboard the Jesus, Hawkins' flagship. They sailed from England to Africa and across the wide Atlantic to these islands. Ketch was never to see the shores of England again.
How come Ketch never made it home?
Because the Spaniards sank the Jesus in an act of treachery.
Letter of marque?
The document that permitted him to engage and destroy the enemies of the crown. The difference between a lawful privateer and a pirate. Yoo-hoo!
Sorry, Frost.
Well, why didn't Ketch just say, take a hike, guys, I've got a pirating license?
Frederick Ketch was not a pirate!
But he did show them his letter of marque.
But they destroyed it and hanged him anyway.
You said Hawkins' fleet traded between Africa and the Indies. What was it they were trading?
Black men with no shirts.
You have to understand, Mr. Stobart, that this was the 16th century.
But that doesn't alter the fact that Hawkins and Ketch were slavers and pirates.
Would it surprise you to learn that Hawkins was also a devoutly religious man?
He transported slaves in a ship named after Jesus Christ. In my book, that makes him a hypocrite. What happened to Ketch? Was he killed?
Oh no, he got away and returned to this island, to this very house.
The Frederick Ketch Memorial Museum.
You're really fond of that cat, aren't you?
He is our companion and our solace.
I thought about catnapping the little monster until they let me in, but it wasn't my style. Maybe there was some other way I could use their affection for the cat to get me into the house. I gather you don't have much time for the little boy.
That child is a delinquent, Mr. Stobart.
Yeah, well, he's only, what, 11, maybe?
A knave with one hand on the tops.
What is it about Rio that you don't like, Miss Frost?
Well, once upon a time, he and Emily...
Be quiet this instant, Mina.
What can you tell me about Emily?
Emily? What business can she be of yours?
Her parents were killed in a typhoon.
We, as her only living relatives, took it upon ourselves to raise the child.
It's good to know Charity isn't dead.
Oh, but she is. Washed overboard in the typhoon.
Mr. Stobart wasn't talking about Emily's mother. He was being sarcastic.
What else can you tell me about Emily?
How dare you pry into our family in this way? I refuse to answer any more of your impertinent questions.
Okay, it was time for diversionary tactics. I thought I saw a little girl down on the beach.
You must be mistaken.
He must be mistaken. Mustn't he, Frost?
I'm sure I'm not. A little girl and that young fisher boy.
What? It's not possible. What were they doing?
Oh, the kinds of things that all little boys and girls get up to at their age.
When I was a little girl, we used to play cows and milkmaids.
Well betide you if you're lying to us, Mr. Stobart. Heaven help you.
With a creak of ancient corsetry, the sisters sailed majestically over the distant horizon.
I'm going to read this. Climb the steps and talk to the Ketch sisters about Rio. Before discussing Emily with them, you should try to open the door to the house. The Ketch sisters tell you about the museum and the refurbishments being done by Bronson. The surveyor. Speak to the sisters again, selecting the Emily and then the cat dialogue topics. They leave to go look for Emily. This also triggers a shish dialogue topic with Rio. If you look at the left flagpole, you see there's some sort of technical gadget on the end of it, i.e. the marker Bronson uses with his theodolite. Also note the U shape of the branch of the tree. Turn to Rio and ask him to catch a shish for you.
Hi, Puss. Want to play? Hey, cat.
Ow.
Watch where you're putting those claws. My name's George Stobart. You're a surveyor, right, Mr.
Bronson. And of course I'm a surveyor. Why the hell else would I have a theodolite?
I don't know. Hobby, maybe?
Yeah, right. What brings you here, anyway?
I'm searching for an ancient Mayan artifact.
What is it? Some kind of jewel?
No, it's obsidian. A black stone with supposedly mystic powers.
You're nuts.
What do you think of Rio?
Fish boy? If he comes near me again, I'll throttle the little squirt.
Calm down. What's he ever done to you?
Socked me in the back of my skull with some kind of fish, that's what.
Tell me about the two old ladies.
Who? The Ketch sisters. One of them's crazy as a coot, and the other will turn you to stone if you're not careful.
Did you see the sisters go by?
Yeah, they wanted to string that Fisher brat up. Of course, I told them where to find him.
A fink as well as a creep. Nice.
But he'd managed to vanish somehow.
This is similar to the stone I'm looking for.
What makes you think you'll find it here?
Because when the stones were stolen in the 17th century...
Hold it! The stones have been lost for 300 years?
Approximately.
And you're hoping to find them again? You're nuts. And why here?
A wise old Indian shaman told me he saw the stones in a vision.
Ha ha. That's rich. Listen, I got work to do, okay?
Look at this. An article about a total eclipse of the sun.
Oh, yeah? Listen, I don't want to be rude, but it just comes naturally. I really don't care.
Catch you later, Bronson. I didn't want a fishing net. Can you let me have a fish, kid?
I thought you said you don't like fish.
It's not for me. It's a present.
For the old ladies? Well, it makes a change from flowers and candy.
No, it's for their cat.
Okay. What do I get out of it?
I can pay you. I've got Quaramontian dollars, French francs, and traveler's checks.
You must be joking. The nearest bank is 3 islands away.
Will you give me a
Giving
fish if I
panties
use
to a
these,
kid?
these,
Yikes.
Rio, are these ugly, tasteless nylon panties worth a fish?
No, man.
Is this worm worth a fish?
Could be good bait. How did it die?
I think it drowned in tequila.
Just like my Uncle Gabriel. Yeah, I'll have that. Okay, I'll get you a fish. It might take a while, though.
Got to go to Rio twice to activate the fish topic.
How come the old ladies closed the museum?
It's Bronson's do. Him have the Oh, and
Tell me about
why you so interested?
Emily Ketch?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't bother.
Why should it?
Did you see?
Did I?
Just as well.
Emily?
No luck with a fish?
No, man. They don't want bite. That's cause they know there's a storm brewing.
Storm? I don't think so.
Hey,
You have?
it's a big one.
Reel him in.
Rusty.
I still need...
Okay.
Maybe you better check. The only serviceable... You just never know. There was nothing else on the...
Daisy.
I can't put it in my pocket.
No problem.
What can I do with an old inner tube?
I know what I do. I'd make the biggest catapult you'd ever seen and use it to smack Bronson with a fish from a safe distance.
Those ballistic fish shenanigans of yours are gonna get you in deep trouble someday. I didn't know the first thing. It was a seaworthy little... The windows were way out of reach. If I could get up... The ladder extended... The windows were way... If I could get up to... Maybe it wasn't such a... Nah, I didn't have the throw... I couldn't reach the... I'd have to do that from... That should get the old cat dancing. I just hoped it didn't give itself a cardiac. I put the ball in the catapult. Took aim. Yes! Okay, so it was a lucky shot, but I'd knocked the theodolite target clean off the end of the flagpole.
What the?
Hi, Bronson.
You again. Where is it? Damn it,
Not this time.
Hell's teeth! I'll have to put the a whole more. I'm gonna fix all this, and then I'm gonna fix.
Yeah?
Oh. Whoa.
What you doing, Bronson? Just hanging around?
I'm gonna kill you for this, Stobart! Get me down from here!
What, so you can kill me? Gee, you talked me out of it, Bronson. I felt a little guilty about leaving Bronson up there, but not much, obviously. The marker was a bright, shiny thing, and I have a weakness for bright, shiny things. It wasn't going to be much use without the theodolite, though. With Bronson out of the way, I could find engineer's drawings, but one thing was clear. Another stain on the...
You there! Why is Mr. Bronson hanging from that flagpole?
He climbed up there of his own accord.
Then help him, you stupid man! Quickly, before he falls!
She just calls him stupid. Calls George stupid. Wah, wah. Not very nice.
Here, Bronson's plans.
This means nothing to me.
She's not wearing her reading glasses.
Ah, wait! Yes, I see now. I see it all too clearly. That man is planning to build a huge hotel. Bronson is a confidence trickster. Mina, we have been duped. I'm glad we didn't sign his contract.
Oh, I hate tricksters, especially confident ones.
Come, Mina. Mr. Bronson, you may consider yourself persona non grata.
Yes! Harvey Keenum!
Kindly disentangle yourself from our flagpole and eject yourself from our property this very minute.
Disentangle! Eject!
Hey, cut that out, you crazy old bat!
How dare you! Mina isn't crazy, she's just engagingly eccentric.
Yeah, as a bedbug. Ouch!
Lovely as this little vista is, I'd be really grateful if you could let me into the museum now.
Certainly, young man. We are most grateful to you for exposing this scoundrel. Mina, the lock.
Thanks, ladies.
Stobart, be a pal. Get these harpies off me. Ooh!
Now we're in the museum.
While George was basking in the sun-drenched Caribbean, I went to London. It was a long shot, but I thought I'd start my search for the Jaguar Stone at the British Museum.
Notice it changes to La Liberté. It's French right here down in the bottom right.
It was a small, flat square of polished obsidian. Nothing like the one I was looking for. According to the caption, this was the scrying mirror given to Dr. John Dee by Sir Francis Drake.
Can I help you, miss?
What can you tell me about the scrying mirror?
Ah, that belonged to the alchemist and part-time Elizabethan spy, Dr. John Dee. It was brought back from the New World by Sir Francis Drake and presented to him. It's mine, you know.
What is a scrying mirror?
It's rather like a crystal ball, and you can't see anything in it. Apparently, he had a partner who used it to talk with angels. If you ask me, you were barking mad.
Have you ever heard of an English sea captain called El Draco?
El Draco? Not a very English name.
I think that's what the Spanish would have called him. It was about the time of the conquistadors.
16th century. Oh, I know. That's what the Spanish called Sir Francis Drake.
Francis Drake? Have you got anything here that belonged to him?
Indeed, miss. We have a couple of artifacts he brought back from one of his journeys.
It didn't look anything like the Coyote Stone. This one was like a little black shaving mirror. Is the scrying mirror the only piece of obsidian Drake gave Dee?
Funny you should ask. There's another called the Jaguar Stone. Dee never liked it, though. Said there were angels in the mirror, but devils in that stone.
Can I take a closer look at Dee's mirror, please?
No, you cannot. That's why the cabinet is locked. They tried some newfangled interactive scheme. And you can guess what happened. Bloody kids ran off with half the exhibits. Hands-on experience, my foot. In my days, it was hands off, I ask you. What do kids know about ancient Mayan civilization? Nothing.
Can you tell me something about the Jaguar Stone?
Certainly, miss. The so-called Jaguar Stone was brought back from the Americas by Sir Francis Drake and presented with, as you already know, the more famous scrying mirror to John Dee. The old loony didn't like the stone, though. Reckoned it was tainted by the devil. Come along, miss. I'll show you the mirror.
I've already... Oh, never mind.
There. John Dee's famous scrying mirror, given to him by Francis Drake.
Do you know if this mirror has any relevance to Tezcatlipoca?
Who? I can't even say it. Ah, there's someone here who'll be able to help you better than me. This young lady has some questions to ask, Professor. I think she's from France.
It's Professor Aubier.
Eh? What?
You two know each other, do you? Excuse me, the telephone.
We meet again.
Mademoiselle, France, eh?
Yes, I believe that's where you live, Professor.
I have a house there, on the outskirts of Paris, but I haven't been back for many months.
I want to warn you about Karzak.
Really? My dear girl, there's nothing you can tell me about Karzak I don't already know. You're surprised I teamed up with him? An astute step on my behalf, even if I say so myself. His money has enabled me to continue my important archaeological research.
Professor Aubier, your taxi's here.
If you'll excuse me, I have some urgent business to attend to at the docks.
Can you answer me some questions about the Jaguar Stone?
Certainly, miss. If you just step this way. It's gone. Some sods half-inched it.
Half-inched?
Stolen it, miss. Never mind. The silent alarm will have been tripped. I'm afraid nobody can leave until our crack security team gets here.
How long will that take?
Could be a while. I think it's their tea break.
The thief could be miles away by then.
Don't you worry about that, miss. Just don't try to leave.
It was too much of a coincidence that Aubier showed up and the stone promptly disappeared. I didn't have time for their crack security team to finish their tea. I had to get after him. Don't you think it's suspicious that Aubier has urgent business at the docks?
Not in the slightest, young lady. He's gone to oversee the unloading of cargo, an exhibition of Mayan sculpture on loan from Mexico City.
What's the name of the ship?
The Xibalba Princess, moored down by Tower Bridge. Why do you ask?
Just wondering. Look at this. The thief left this key in the cabinet.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
That makes the theft an inside job, right?
Oh dear.
In other words, the thief was Professor Oublier.
Well, let's leave that for the police to decide, shall we? I better phone them right away. Hello?
I knew I had nothing to worry about if the police were called.
Yes, I'll hold.
But I had to catch up with Oublier, and fast. The key unlocked the case. I locked the case again and took the key. I levered the handle open with the thin dagger.
The room had been decorated to resemble the interior of a sailing ship. It was disturbingly effective.
The Ketch Museum. Read the ship's log and note the last entry is easier for a camel to pass with the eye of a needle. Look at the portrait of Captain Ketch and note the cross is wearing around his neck. This activates the cross dial on top of Emily. Take the chart and place it in the recess on the desk. Take the lantern and put it in the inkwell on the desk. Remove the quill from the pen holder. Note the shadow cast on the chart as you remove the quill.
March 20th, 1670 fix. Engaged frigate off Fan Salvador? It was garbage. Huh. I guess being a pirate didn't require too many academic qualifications. The passage went on to describe how Ketch had got wind of the approach of a fleet of English ships. It seemed the new governor had not shared his predecessor's views on Ketch's activities. They were out for his blood. Sailed to that place where I made secure my fortune. I returned safe in the knowledge that the governor shall not discover that which I had hidden. For is it not writ that 'tis easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle? Captain Frederick Ketch, 1570. Around his neck was a cross. Maybe he was a part-time pirate. The portrait might have made a nice souvenir, but it was too large to carry. Okay. Okay. I've had my... The chart fitted exactly into the recess on the top of the desk. That might come in useful, in ticklish situations. It was firmly attached.
Surprise!
What the? Who are you?
I'm Emily.
What were you doing in there, Emily?
Hiding. What are you doing here?
Grown-up stuff.
Grown-ups? I'm never gonna grow up, I'm not. You shouldn't be here. What's your name?
I'm George.
Pleased to meet you, Jaws.
George.
Jaws?
Jeez.
Make your mind up.
That cross you're wearing, Emily,
It's my lucky Jesus cross.
it's just like the one Captain Ketch wore.
Uh-huh.
Can I borrow it?
There's one problem. The Broken Sword dog guide has a misspelling error. Swap is misspelled. It's SWOP, not SWAP. There's a spelling error. There's like a huge spelling error. Let me show you what I mean. I'll show you on the guide I'm reading right here. Let me zoom in on it so you can see what I'm talking about. Notice it says SWOP, which is spelled horribly wrong. Okay, the screen's kind of glitching a bit, but oh. Hi, Mr. Raster. Hi there. Notice there's a spelling error right here where I'm highlighting at. Right there. The person that wrote the guide didn't spell swap right. It spelled it as SWOP. Wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah. It's a bit of a wah, ring, Look. The edit the they wow. No, they meant swap. SWAP, but it's SWOP. That is embarrassing. That is just so embarrassing. I think I know what this deserves. I'm gonna do a Mario Sunshine Death Out of Bounds thing. I'm gonna do that now as a bit of my response to that. I would love to do the Price is Right losing horn, but that may be copyrighted. I'm gonna do the Super Mario Sunshine thing. It's a bit of a copyright-free response. Here we go. Okay, there's no audio because it's playing through HDMI, but here's what I'm saying right here. That's what I mean. Hold on, let me get the video file. Since Microsoft Edge doesn't play audio over HDMI when it's connected to an external, or it's connected out to a external display through HDMI, it doesn't do that. So let me get the correct video. Hang on. Let me get that video file and play it in the Groove Media Player. Hang on. Here we go. This is my response to the spelling error. That is my response to the spelling error. Where the person that wrote the guide completely started effing up made this huge spelling oops. I'm just laughing at how they spelled it wrong. I know they meant swap, but they just butchered it. Like they just did massacred it big time. They just messed it up real quick. That was not supposed to happen. I had to get a bit of a laugh at the spelling mistake. About how embarrassing that is. About how that got left in the walkthrough guide, the walkthrough guide. I turned the mic down to avoid any echoing or feedbacking problems. That's what I did. Spelling error. I'm not trying to poke fun at people of spelling errors, Stitched. No. Just to me, spelling errors are a bit, to me, they're hilarious in a way. They're hilarious. I just had to just laugh and find it hilariously embarrassing that they did that. It meant to say swap, but they just made a mistake, a simple mistake. That cannot be corrected. I ate. I want to say I ate soup.
What can you tell me about Captain Ketch?
That's him on the wall, in the picture.
Yeah, I know. Scary-looking guy, huh?
He was my great-great-great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, you have his eyes.
Soup. S-O-U-P soup. S-O-U-P super.
Why don't you go play with Rio?
I'm not allowed.
Be
How
right
come?
back.
Because Aunt Frost says I'm not allowed out of the house.
Nope.
That's why, Mr. Nosy Beak.
S-O-U-P super. Oh. Stitch gets death out of bounds.
Why don't you ask your other aunt if you can play with Rio?
Aunt Mina's cuckoo. Aunt Frost says so. She says when the Lord handed out common sense, Aunt Mina was off getting double portions of chin.
That Rio's a smart kid. He helped me outwit Bronson.
Rio is clever. He can spit ever so far.
I bet you can't keep this piece of coal in your mouth for the next half hour.
Could too. I could keep it in my mouth for hours and hours and hours.
Yeah? Go on then. Prove it.
Don't want to. And if you try to make me, I'll tell Aunt Mina.
Look, an ancient Mayan stone.
Is that a magic stone?
Well, I don't know about that.
No.
Do you know how to use a theodolite?
We don't learn anything about surveying at my school. Not until 5th grade.
Would you like to play darts?
No.
Oh, come on. I'll throw, you catch.
That's dangerous. Darts will stick in me and make me bleed.
What would you trade for that cross, Emily?
A puppy.
Well, I don't happen to have a puppy in my pocket right now. Can you think of anything else you'd trade?
Don't know.
The cat made short work of the feather, tearing it into a blizzard of small pieces. Why don't you run along and play?
Aunt Mina told me. Stay out of mischief.
Well, that doesn't mean you have to stay indoors, does it? On a beautiful day like today?
There's a storm coming.
Oh, nuts. You don't know that.
I do so. I can see the whole world from the window.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm busy. She wouldn't have been interested. I couldn't see why Rio would want the shredded quill. What do you give to a small, irritating girl who asks about everything?
Try a conch. Delicate colors, interesting shape, and when you put it to your ear, you can hear the sea.
Yeah, why's that?
Usually because you're standing next to it.
Cool. Have you got one?
Yeah, but I promised it to my sister. She well vexed with me.
Why is your sister mad with you?
Well, last night, when I got home with our supper, she went wild. Rio, she said, how come all you ever catch is puffer fish? A sicker puffer fish. What I want is tiger fish. So don't bother come back home till you catch one, boy. I don't see how I'm gonna catch no tiger fish. All I have is a fishing pole and a worm.
What do you need to catch a tiger fish?
One of them real fancy flies like the rich fishermen use.
Hey, this is just what you need to make a fly.
Thanks. Let's hope them tiger fish hungry. A deal's a deal. Here's a conch.
Here, I've got a conch. Would you like it?
Dunno. Aunt Frost told me never to take presents from strange men.
I'm not a strange man.
Then why are you called Jaws, Jaws? That's a stupid name.
I'm not called... Look, conch, pretty. Swap for the cross, yes or no? Right, this thing's going out the window.
Okay, we'll do swapsies.
I'm not sleepy, but I wonder who is XIX? Who in the heck is that?
There was nothing else I wanted to ask the boy.
Oink. Oh. I don't know, but I can see the emo for XIX Happy that you posted. Maybe you should try posting the emote again to see if your sub ran out. I have no way of knowing if it ran out or not on you. Oh, okay. If you make George do something he's not supposed to do, he'll just shrug his shoulders at you. Oh. I don't mind if
Ketch's
people
cross
name
slipped
if
snugly into
people
the penholder.
put other people's emotes in my own
What you
chat.
doing, Jaws?
Just don't
I've put your
name drop
cross
other
in this little
people's
hole in the desk.
streamers too
Why?
much.
Impulse mainly, with a dash of irrational intuition.
Silly. Only women have intuition.
That looked like that's where it was supposed to be, so I left it there. The desk had... That looked like... I wasn't going to take the cross. I wasn't going to take... It was an indented... I guess it was intended to hold... Maybe Ketch had used it to hold his... I wasn't going to... That looked like that's where... There were several things I wanted to say to that awful kid, but I held my tongue. That looked like... There was nothing else on the bicycle wreck I could use. There was nothing else I wanted to ask the boy.
Okay. Now you told me who the streamer is.
There was nothing else I...
I remember how Stitch is able to use my emotes. Oh, with my channel point redemptions. Oh, okay. Now I know how you're doing that. Or follower emotes, rather.
The ship looked too... Yow! I should have known better than to put... Grandma Stobart had a nasty experience in a... Holding that lantern... That looked like that's where... I wasn't going to take the cross out of the holder. Sailed to that place where I made secure my fortune. I returned safe in the knowledge that the governor shall not discover that which I had hidden. For is it not writ that 'tis easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle? The lantern fitted so precisely in the inkwell, it could only be deliberate.
What you doing now, Jaws?
Knock it off, will ya? There's something you ought to know. I don't buy cute or lost puppy. I've put the lantern in the inkwell. See? It fits.
Why?
Because it was cut.